Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're back in docket numbers 2019-224E and 2019-225E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room, we have Commissioners Caston, Thomas, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Joining us virtually, we have Commissioners Powers and Irvin. Before we left for lunch, we were on the company's rebuttal witnesses, and I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Wellborn.
Mr. Chairman, this is John Burns for Carolina's
Attorney Burns.
Business.
Yes, sir.
I did have a chance to speak with other interveners counsel, and we have a quick request that we think may smooth things out. If you don't mind, if I can address that.
Yes, sir. Please address it.
Given that a couple of our witnesses were already under oath and had left the stand but are coming back on rebuttal at the time that we received the exhibits from Duke's attorneys, we would just ask for permission to forward those exhibits and any testimony that's provided by Duke to those witnesses, particularly Lucas and Olson, so that they can see it and consider it. We have tried pretty diligently not to communicate with those witnesses while they've been off the stand, so we'd like permission to do that. That's the first thing I'd like to request.
Okay, that sounds fair. You're just going to email them what was emailed to you by opposing counsel.
Yes, that is correct. That's the first request.
Any objection
to that part of the request, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, no objection to that part of the request. What's your next request?
Thank you, Mr. Ellerby. The second is that we would like the permission to speak with those witnesses about the substance of those particular exhibits and Mr. Bach's testimony. I understand that we're not going to know what the other witnesses are going to testify to until they're actually on the stand, but we have received Mr. Bach's testimony. Had we received that before our witnesses were sworn, we certainly would have talked to them about it. We'd ask permission to do that.
We have no objection, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Ellerby.
Granted.
And then the final request, and I think also Ms. Thompson may have something to speak about, but we'd ask for the ability of witnesses Lucas and Olson to give rebuttal from the stand on the limited subject of whatever is testified to and supplemental rebuttal by the Duke witnesses. And so when they come on the stand, we can ask them questions. You saw this testimony. What do you have? What is your response? And that would be for witnesses Lucas and Olson from CCBA.
You're making me feel like a pushover, Mr. Burns, but we have no objection to that either.
Awesome. Well, I think this is going to go well, Mr. Ellerby. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, is that okay with you?
It's fine with me. It always goes well when it goes your way, huh?
There you go. I'm sure at some point it will not, so I'm reserving the right to object to that.
I hear you. All right.
And I think Ms. Thompson has a quick request along the same lines.
Attorney Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Burns. Similarly, CCBA and my clients, Coastal Conservation League et al., are jointly presenting Ms. Rachel Wilson on rebuttal. And she has not been sworn yet, so I presume there's no issue with us communicating with her, but would similarly request an opportunity to ask her brief live rebuttal or rebuttal, whatever we're up to now, questions from the stand upon the conclusion of her summary and prior to cross-examination from counsel and the commission.
We have no objection to that.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Ellerby. Your request is granted, Attorney Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Are we ready to call the next witness?
Yeah, that's all we have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I did have a question. Actually, Ms. Mixon's popped up. I'll just let her ask instead of trying to relay it.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Mixon. Having just received some of this testimony, we did not have time to prepare cross exhibits according to the procedure that was outlined, but may have some for the witnesses that are testifying and would request permission to introduce cross exhibits, we would be able to electronically provide them to all of the other council and to the commission. But given that we are not located in Columbia, would not be able to provide hard copies to the commission, but would ask permission to use those on cross examination if that is allowed.
Sure. Just make sure you get them to us as soon as you can. To General Counsel West Singer Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Is there anything else? Okay, let's continue with rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Chairman, Duke Energy Carolinas, Duke Energy Progress recalls Mr. Sammy Roberts to the stand. Mr. Roberts, good afternoon.
I'm sorry, Attorney Breswich. I need to swear. Well, he's already sworn. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. I jumped the gun twice already, sir, so thank you for helping me sort that out. Mr. Roberts, are you the same Sammy Roberts that provided direct testimony earlier in this proceeding?
Yes.
And did you cause to be pre-filed 41 pages of rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes to that rebuttal testimony today?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today that were presented in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Roberts' rebuttal testimony be entered into the record at this time as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Roberts' pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Roberts, do you also have one exhibit attached to your rebuttal testimony that was pre-filed with the commission?
Yes.
And do you have any changes, revisions to that exhibit at this time?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I ask that Mr. Roberts' one rebuttal exhibit be marked as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Roberts' rebuttal exhibit will be marked as Roberts' rebuttal exhibit 1 and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 29. No, I'm sorry, 30. Hearing exhibit 30.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Roberts, at this time, I'd like to introduce your rebuttal testimony and walk you through a brief summary for the commission. First, at pages 2 through 5 of your rebuttal testimony, you generally introduce it and address which witnesses you respond to. Could you please provide a summary of that testimony to the commission?
Yes. As I describe on pages 2 through 5, my rebuttal testimony responds to the testimony of CCBA witness Lucas and Volt Solar witness Fitch, challenging certain aspects of the company's 2020 IRPs, and explains how these witnesses' testimony largely ignores the critically important topic of assuring power supply reliability. I explained that neither of these witnesses present the crucial level of understanding of what it actually takes to plan for and maintain reliable power system operations as DEC and DEP plan to significantly transition their fleets over the next 15-year planning period as presented in the company's 2020 IRPs. This transition includes integrating significant new solar generation into the DEC and DEP balancing authorities, or BAs.
Thank you. And can you explain to the commission why your rebuttal testimony emphasizes these advocacy group witnesses' lack of focus on power supply reliability?
Yes, power supply reliability, which I describe as ensuring resource assurance, is one of the standards the commission must consider and balance in reviewing and approving the company's 2020 IRPs under Act 62. It is also critically important to ensure the companies can maintain compliance with the mandatory and enforceable NERC reliability standards, considerations that were largely ignored by these other witnesses in this proceeding. Witness Lucas and Fitch argue that the company's coal-fired generation can be retired, new gas generation can be avoided, and this retired coal generation and planned gas generation can instead be replaced with significant additions of new solar and 2-hour battery storage. The 2020 IRPs show that the companies are already planning to add significant solar generation and to significantly transition our generating fleets and system operations over the next 15-year planning period. Mandating fundamental changes through different resource planning portfolios, such as eliminating new dispatchable gas capacity, could have significant implications for maintaining power supply reliability and NERC compliance. I explained that it is necessary for the companies to continue to model, analyze, and study these complex new issues in order to prudently plan and operate our systems.
And can you explain how your rebuttal testimony addresses the need to continue to plan for new natural gas generation as part of this transition, and why that's so important to maintaining power supply reliability?
Yes, I explained that recommendations like those offered by Volt Solar Witness Fitch, essentially arguing that the companies are creating unreasonable stranded asset risks for customers and should therefore avoid planning for gas generation as an incremental resource, are misinformed and dangerous, and if adopted would create power supply reliability risk for the companies and customers. I point out that the governor of South Carolina, as well as other state commissions and power system operators, from the Virginia State Corporation Commission to the Cal ISO and now ERCOT, are very focused on protecting the security and reliability of the electric system in response to extreme weather events and the increasing complexities of integrating non-dispatchable and intermittent renewable energy into the power systems across the country. I also highlight recent testimony by NERC's President and CEO, Mr. James Robb, to Congress in March of this year, emphasizing the critical role that the gas generation plays today for ensuring the reliability, resiliency, and affordability of electric service. His testimony also emphasizes that new natural gas generation will also be needed to reliably integrate more solar and wind generation resources as the power generation sector transitions to lower CO2 emissions.
And why do you emphasize the importance of this continued planning for natural gas generation in your rebuttal testimony?
Well, to quote Mr. Robb, the mismatch between solar generation peak and electric load peak necessitates a very flexible generation resource to fill the gap. And I agree with his testimony to Congress that natural gas generation is best positioned to play that role. This is absolutely true in the Carolinas. My rebuttal testimony highlights my renewable real-world operational experience integrating significant intermittent solar on the DEC and DEP systems. Based on this experience, I emphasize for this commission that the advocacy group's recommendations for adopting an integrated resource plan that is not objectively developed and is biased toward resources for which resource assurance is subject to the sun shining and the wind blowing is not prudent. A plan that does not plan for dependable and dispatchable generation is no plan at all and fails to meet Act 62's mandate of ensuring power supply reliability.
And then on pages 18 to 21, you describe your recent operating experience integrating solar generation into the company's system. Can you please summarize that testimony for the commission?
Yes. My figure 2 on page 19 demonstrates the extreme variability of winter solar output from operating solar facilities in the Carolinas. This is especially challenging to plan for and is not dependable day ahead or even intra-hour unless a clear blue sky day is guaranteed. Figure 2 shows that the solar irradiance or light energy across 7 consecutive days in DEP area in February of this year was extremely variable and limited during this period. The capacity factor of installed solar to reliably serve customers for these 7 consecutive days was only 6% and was less than 3.5% for 5 consecutive days. This figure shows that solar output in the Carolinas is not easily forecasted or dependable. I also provide a detailed explanation of DEP's operational experience on January 7, 2021 to highlight for the Commission the operational limitations and increasing challenges of operating the BAs as installed solar capacity, especially uncontrolled QF solar, grows. I would be glad to walk through any of my figures for the commission at the appropriate time if the commission has questions or would like additional information.
And how do you respond in your rebuttal testimony to Witness Lucas and Witness Fitch's recommendation that battery storage is a carbon-free dispatchable resource that can be paired with solar to allow the companies to retire their coal generation fleets and avoid new dispatchable natural gas generation?
I explained that the companies are actively planning to integrate battery storage into their systems as provided for in the 2020 IRPs, but based on my operational experience in the Carolinas, replacing coal generation with solar and batteries and avoiding new dispatchable natural gas generation will significantly challenge DEC and DEP system operators' ability to comply with NERC reliability standards and to maintain reliable electric service for our customers. This is because coal-fired generation is critical today during periods of high customer demand to provide the essential reliability services of regulating and load following on the DEP and DEC balancing authorities. If this generation is not replaced by generation that can provide these same essential reliability services in the manner that the current coal-fired generation can today, I explained that reliable electric service for our customers will be threatened. My rebuttal figures 5, 6, and 7 highlight the significant potential for weather in the company's BAs to lead to several consecutive days of low solar irradiance, resulting in low capacity factors for solar output. These low capacity factors would result in insufficient energy to reliably serve customer demand, especially if this solar output is the energy that is being depended on for charging battery storage resources to provide dispatchable capacity. I also highlight how significant cloud cover in the Carolinas contributes to the variability and volatility of solar output as compared to areas such as Las Vegas, Nevada, where solar capacity factors are higher and solar output is more predictable. While solar and battery storage certainly have a place in the DEC and DEP IRP portfolios, I highlight these operational considerations for the Commission to demonstrate that the solar output in the Carolinas is not reliable as an energy source for storing energy during winter months when the companies experience their greatest loss of load and reliability risk.
So would the key takeaways from your rebuttal testimony be that adopting Mr. Lucas and Mr. Fitch's recommendations would increase power supply reliability risks and NERC compliance challenges?
Yes. From my system operator perspective, I recognize that every resource option considered in these IRPs carries its own risk. However, the recommendations of CCEVA and Vote Solar would lead to an over-reliance on purchased non-dispatchable solar for which output is variable and intermittent. Based on the company's growing operational experience, solar generation is unreliable as a resource for serving winter peak demand or for charging battery storage for serving winter peak demand. To emphasize this point for the Commission, my rebuttal figures 12, 13, and 14 highlight how the recent extreme cold weather and operational challenges experienced in ERCOT can be used as a case study to show the operational risk of not planning for and ensuring the needed, dependable, and dispatchable capacity is available every second, minute, hour, and day of the year to meet customers' energy needs. To be clear, the ERCOT event was a complex event with many interrelated contributing causes, and the key point from my system operator perspective is prudent planning and operations are needed to ensure the companies are not subject to these risks in real time.
Thank you. And I want to turn to the conclusion of your rebuttal testimony. What are the most important points that you want to leave the Commission with from your rebuttal testimony?
In evaluating whether the company's 2020 IRPs are the most reasonable and prudent means of meeting DEC's and DEP's future energy and capacity needs, my rebuttal testimony emphasizes for the Commission that the ultimate purpose of IRPs and the focus of these proceedings is to provide the means of meeting DEC's and DEP's future energy and capacity needs directly from Act 62. Through my rebuttal testimony, I have attempted to provide a system operator's perspective in response to the testimony and recommendations of CCEVA and Vote Solar to show the Commission how a resource plan heavily laden with variable intermittent solar resources without incremental, dependable, dispatchable generation is not reliable even when augmented with battery storage. As Witness Snyder explains, the company's 2020 IRPs take unprecedented steps to analyze and plan for integrating solar and other clean energy technologies during the IRP's 15-year planning period. However, a firm dispatchable incremental resource such as new natural gas is needed in order to take the steps in the 2020 IRPs to retire coal generation and bridge us to the future where new technologies can provide firm dispatchable resources to meet the energy and capacity needs and achieve the deeper decarbonization policies advocated for by the parties. I am pleased to see Act 62's focus on ensuring power supply reliability as a factor that must be considered in these proceedings, and the companies will continue to analyze and study the complex new operational challenges associated with transitioning our generating fleets, and will continue to prudently plan and operate our systems to reliably meet customers' capacity and energy needs.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Chairman, that concludes Mr. Roberts' summary of his rebuttal testimony. I do have a few questions at this time on Ms. Rachel Wilson's rebuttal testimony and the synapse report that I'd like to proceed with now based on your prior ruling.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Roberts, you are now aware of the rebuttal testimony that was filed by Ms. Rachel Wilson on behalf of the environmental parties and CCBA on April 15th of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, I became aware of Ms. Wilson's rebuttal testimony on April 16th, the day after it was filed.
And you'd never reviewed that testimony the synapse report prior to Ms. Wilson filing her rebuttal testimony with the commission. Is that right?
Yeah, to the best of my recollection, no. I have been included on some correspondence associated with the report being filed in North Carolina, but I had no awareness of its recommendations or analysis or conclusions until after Ms. Wilson's rebuttal testimony was filed with the commission.
And you've now had some limited opportunity to review the synapse report presented in Ms. Wilson's rebuttal testimony?
Yeah, I have. The modeling that she did is pretty complex. And so when you're reviewing a model study like that one, you normally have the opportunity to ask for discovery through an attorney, but I didn't have that chance to ask discovery questions associated with the inputs and assumptions used to run the model. And because it was filed 12 days before the hearing, I didn't have any reasonable opportunity to have that discovery.
Okay. Well, understanding these limitations on your ability to review the report, can you provide the commission with your initial impressions?
Yeah, I haven't thoroughly assessed the synapse report, but I do have a couple of points that I'd like to make with my review of the document. And so the first thing is that Ms. Wilson draws unsubstantiated conclusions using annual capacity factors. And those annual capacity factor data are shown on tables 1 and 2 on pages 5 and 6 of the report. And she uses that data to support her accelerated coal retirement assumptions.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to share the synapse report. I'm not going to ask for it to be marked as an exhibit. However, I understand that it will be presumably offered into the record as an exhibit by the party she's testifying for in the future. So, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts, are you able to see my screen here, sir?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Would you please enlarge that document for us, sir?
Yes, sir. is it showing on the full screen, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right. For the record, for the commission, Mr. Roberts, this is the Synapse report, corrected version dated March 19th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the table 2 you were referencing a few moments ago, which is on page 6 of the report. This is the area of the report that you were discussing a few moments ago. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the discussion you were referencing was this table and the sentence below the table that was characterizing the performance of the company's coal units as poor. Is that your testimony and what you'd like to focus on?
Yeah, so in this table shows each coal unit on the DEP and DEC system as listed in the first column. It shows the balancing authority area in the second column, and then it shows the summer capacity for each of the units. And then it shows average capacity factors associated with averaging several operational years.
Okay, and is your understanding, Ms. Wilson characterizes the performance as poor based on the average capacity factors on an annualized basis?
Yeah, she draws the conclusion since the capacity factors are average annual capacity factors are low. You can see they're less than 10% for Marshall 2 up through Mayo, and then 12, 14% for Cliffside 5, Roxborough 2, 22%, 25%, 29%, etc. for Marshall 3, Blues Creek 2, Marshall 4, and Blues Creek 1 up to 30.5%. Since they're low, that indicates that our coal fleet has poor performance and very little capacity value. But that's really not true. And I have another table that I modified that I'll reflect that in just a minute.
Thank you. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to present what has been submitted to the commission and share with the parties, which is DEC DEP Roberts Direct Exhibit 2. Mr. Roberts, is this the alternative table that you have developed that you'd like to share with the commission?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the commission, I see that you've got the, in let's say columns 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the same information in Ms. Wilson's table 2, but then you've added an additional column, column 6. Can you explain to the commission why you added column 6 and what it represents?
Yeah, I added column 6 to reflect that these coal units do have significant capacity value and are critical to power system reliability.
Sir, if you would enlarge that document for us, please.
Yes, sir. Is that?
So what I demonstrate in that 6th column is the capacity factor for these coal units for the cold weather period of January 2nd, 2018 through January 8th, 2018. And during that week, some of these units operated at 100% capacity factor. They were at full output for the whole week. A lot of these units that Ms. Wilson showed single-digit capacity factors for had much higher capacity factors. Most of these units had 90 to 100% capacity factor during this week of 2018. And so they do have significant capacity factor, capacity value.
And Mr. Roberts, just to make sure the commission understands, what is the significance of this week, the January 2nd through January 8th of 2018?
Yeah, so during this week, while not labeled a polar vortex, we did have extreme cold weather during this week. In fact, we had the combined Carolinas balancing authorities had 3 days where we hit 36,000 megawatts for a peak. And that is close to our all-time, very close to our all-time peak.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to have this entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit, if I could, please.
Yes, sir. So do you want Duke Company's Roberts Direct Exhibit 1 and 2, or just the second table?
Just the second table, and if you would prefer to wait until the end, we plan to enter Robert's direct hearing exhibits 2, 3, and 4 into the record, assuming that it's no objections acceptable to the commission. So if it would be more appropriate to have those be a single hearing exhibit, I can wait till the end, whatever is your preference.
Yeah, we can move them in as a composite exhibit. So I'll make sure I'll remind you if you forget.
Very good. I'll move
All right.
along then. All right. Mr. Roberts, so you just share with the commission the importance of this week in 2018, but that is somewhat dated. Can you provide a more recent data point to show the importance of having this coal generation continue to be either available or having reliable, dispatchable, high-capacity factor generation available if this coal generation is no longer operating on the company's system?
Yeah, for that, I'll refer to the commission to Mr. Snyder's rebuttal, figure 10. And that's a U.S. Energy Information Administration summary of DEP's fleet operations during the February 2021 period where ERCOT had their cold weather event that caused the blackouts. So my attorney has that up on the screen now. And just for reference, the brown line is the coal fleet in DEP. And this is for the eastern part, the Duke Energy Progress East B Balancing Authority area. And so it would be the Roxborough and Mayo plant coal units. And so for this week, you can see that, and one of those 5 units was offline during that time, but the remaining 4 units were close to full output for the evening of the 11th all the way through the morning of the 16th. And so they ran at about full output for that entire period. And also you can see the yellow line, the solar, and that's my figure 5, reflected in my figure 5 in my rebuttal testimony. That's reflects the low solar capacity value because we had several overcast rainy days during that period. Very similar to what ERCOT experienced leading up to their rotating blackouts. They experienced a lot of overcast skies leading up to the morning of the 15th when they had the call for the rotating blackouts. And so as cold weather came in to the Carolinas during this period, and it wasn't extreme cold, not like we had in 2018, but colder weather came into the area and raised customer demand, and the coal units were able to perform at a high level to help supply that demand.
Thank you. And you may have addressed this in your comments, but just to be sure the commission hears it and understands it, the dates that are identified here, February 8th of 2021 through February 16th, is this generally the same time frame that the events in ERCOT that you spoke about, that those occurred?
Yes, that's correct. So they started having issues really around the 9th and 10th of February, but the rotating blackout started the morning of the 15th. So it does encompass that same period.
Okay. And Mr. Roberts, did you identify any other significant concerns with the Synapse report presented by Ms. Wilson?
Yes. I also have significant concerns with Ms. Wilson's figure 5 on page 18 of her report. And this figure shows her alternative reasonable assumptions portfolio, and it dispatches resources against a January 2030 load shape. Ms. Wilson uses this figure to demonstrate that her portfolio can meet the company's future capacity and energy needs in all hours. And I think it's misleading.
All right. Mr. Roberts, is this the alternative presentation of Ms. Wilson's figure 5 from page 18 of her report that you've developed?
Yes, I developed this figure And I just like to describe it a little bit to the commission. So the orange line represents Miss Wilson's load shape that she essentially.
Sir, would you
dispatches
enlarge the
from-
document, please?
Yes, sir.
So the orange line represents Miss Wilson's load shape that she dispatches her alternative assumptions portfolio against. The blue line represents January 5th, 2018, the actual load shape for the Carolinas. And you can see they're nowhere close. The blue line has a peak at 33,000 megawatts and a valley at around 24,000 megawatts. The orange Miss Wilson load shape has a peak at about 33,000 megawatts again, but a valley all the way down to about 11,000 megawatts. And also you can see it has a sharp ascending ramp toward the peak and a sharp descending ramp away from the peak.
So,
And
Mr. Roberts, in your 2+ decades of experience in system operations for DEP and DEC, have you ever seen a load shape that's similar to the one that Ms. Wilson has presented in her report?
no, I've never seen a load shape like that. It really caught my eye when I was looking through the report because I've never seen anything like it.
Okay, can you explain what's significant about her load shape that you don't think is reflective of the company's real world operations?
Yeah, so it looks like some kind of constructed load shape. We would never see that low a valley on a cold winter day. We would never start with that low demand around 16,000 megawatts and then rise all the way up to 33,000 megawatts and then have a low valley in the middle of the day around 11,000 megawatts. It's just very unrealistic associated with what we actually see on our system. And I even looked back at like the 2014 polar vortex, the shapes there. I looked back at 2015 when we had our all-time peak. All of those load shapes were fairly similar to this 2018 load shape and not even close to representing Miss Wilson's load shape.
Thank you. So, Mr. Roberts, would it be possible, based on your experience, that this could be representative of the company's future load shape, future operational experience?
I don't see how any DSM, EE, or any other future changes could get us to that orange load shape. I think it was Commissioner Caston that even said, talked about DSM and how that should flatten the load shape versus create a needle peak like is shown here.
Okay. So can you summarize your general initial review and perspective of the Synapse report for the commission?
Yeah, so even from my initial review over a week, I haven't had long enough to really thoroughly review this, but even over my initial review through the week, this plan does have flaws and it's not a reasonably developed or reliable plan to serve our customers. It has a lot of solar, and I've shown we can have really low solar capacity factors in the Carolinas. It has a lot of tremendous amount of battery storage, which is a nascent technology. Eventually, I think it will mature, but it looks like it adopts it very quickly, about 10 gigawatts worth of battery storage. And it fails to consider that when replacing coal generation, you've got to replace that coal generation with something that can perform at a high capacity factor for multiple days during a period of high demand like we had in January 2018. I can't discharge a battery and then say, uh-oh, I don't have enough solar to recharge my battery. And so customers, I'm going to have to do rotating outages to have energy to charge my battery. I would never do that anyway, but you can see the point. And so it just doesn't have the resources needed for these high capacity factor weeks like we have when we have cold weather events. And so it just wouldn't be reliable for serving our customers. And so I would say Ms. Wilson's plan demonstrates an unacceptable loss of load risk, considering the model load shape she presents with her portfolio versus real life as we looked at. And sorry, I'm looking at the dark here. Sorry about that. And so based on my operations experience, and in my opinion, the SNAP study would not ensure power supply reliability as required for an Act 62 for our customers in the Carolinas, and therefore, I think it should be rejected by the commission, not considered as a viable portfolio.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to move the DEC DEP Roberts Direct Exhibits 2, 3, and 4 as we just walked through into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Duke Company's Roberts Exhibits 2, 3, and 4 will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 31.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Roberts, available for questions from the commission and from the parties at this time.
Okay. Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First, may I ask Mr. Breitschwartz to clear the screen and stop sharing?
I will be glad to do so. Thank you for the reminder.
No problem.
All good now?
That's fine. Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Roberts. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Good. This is John Burns. I represent CCBA, and I'll be asking you a few questions to follow up on the testimony you just gave us. You laid out your employment history in your direct testimony, and if I'm correct, you graduated from NC State in 1987. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you began working for Duke Energy or its predecessors in 1990?
That's correct. That's after I graduated with my master's degree in electrical engineering.
Right. Thank you for that. Have you ever worked for any companies other than Duke Energy or its predecessors?
I have. I worked for Sanford Finishing, a textile company, through high school.
No, I mean,
And
since
prior-
you joined Duke. Since you joined Duke, have you worked for any other companies?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. So every job you've had in the electrical industry or in the energy industry, and I'll be frank, is an impressive list of positions you've held, has been for Duke Energy or its corporate predecessors. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you have reviewed the company's proposed IRPs for DEC and DEP that are currently before this commission?
Yes, I have looked over the IRPs.
Did you help draft those IRPs in any way?
I actually did for the Chapter 7 transmission investment section. I helped with leading a group to look at what investment it would take to install those incremental resources, the network upgrades associated with those incremental resources.
Do you know whether the IRPs or the materials they're based upon were peer reviewed?
I mean, several people have reviewed the IRPs and provided feedback.
And those folks would have been either, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Go ahead and finish your answer.
If that's what you mean by peer review, then yes, they have been peer reviewed.
So they were reviewed by other people that work for Duke Energy or their consultants. Is that right?
Yes, other people within Duke Energy have reviewed the IRPs.
Okay. I'd like to look at thank you for that. Just wanted to clear up a few things. The first major subject that you address in your rebuttal testimony, and I think a lot of this follows throughout your testimony, is the importance of power supply reliability, beginning at page 5 of your testimony. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would it help you in reviewing your testimony for me to put it up on the screen, or do you have it in front of you?
I have it in front of me.
Great. Well, I'm going to avoid blocking everybody's view until I have to. But if you'll look at page 5 of your testimony, you state the The companies have the public service obligation to plan and operate their generating fleets and transmission and distribution systems to provide reliable power system operations 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, 52 weeks per year. Did I read that correctly? And that's bottom of page 5 onto page 6.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and you testify that that's a public service obligation of the companies, right?
Our service obligation is to provide our customers with reliable electric service, yes.
Okay. And you agree, I think you testified earlier today that Act 62 requires that power supply reliability be among the factors that the commission must consider in reviewing or approving IRPs in this proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
And it's one of several factors to be considered, isn't it?
That is correct.
So that if two potential plans are equal on power supply reliability, then the determination of which is the more reasonable and prudent plan under Act 62 would be based on other factors, wouldn't it?
If they're truly equivalent, I would say your answer is yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say, Mr. Roberts, that all those things being true, that it's part of the company's public service obligation to propose an IRP that, among other things, takes into account potential improvements to power supply reliability, right?
Yes.
All right. And therefore, any plan submitted needs to have at least meet some minimum standard of reliability, doesn't it?
It has to, the commission has to weigh it based on all those considerations, but based on my power system operations experience, we have to have a resource plan that supports power system reliability.
And you could get a maximum reliability plan, but it may not be the most reasonable and prudent plan when you put all the other material considerations into effect, right?
Correct. And I think the minimum threshold would be ensuring that we can meet the NERC reliability standards. And I didn't see that being addressed by any of the intervener witnesses.
I'm glad you brought that up. Is the reserve margin would help to meet those standards, wouldn't it?
A reserve margin would help to mitigate the risk of having to rotate outages, yes.
And it's your opinion, or at least Duke's opinion, that the 17% reserve margin is what you need in order to be deemed reliable for the purposes of meeting that peak load requirement and avoiding loss of load, right?
Based on the Astrape resource adequacy study, 17% is the planning reserve margin that we're planning to.
And a plan that maintained a 17% reserve margin would by definition meet that definition of reliable, wouldn't it?
That's one component of many with respect to ensuring power system reliability.
Did you hear Mr. Barron for ORS testify earlier today?
I heard part of his testimony, yes.
And he testified that 17% would be a sufficient margin for determining reliability, didn't he?
For resource adequacy, I thought was what he said.
Okay. Now, in modeling its plans and analyzing the potential reliability performance of each of the potential scenarios listed in Duke's IRP, did the company use any modeling software to perform that analysis, to your knowledge?
So the modeling software used for capacity expansion planning, that would be a question better addressed by Witness Snyder or Witness Oliver.
Okay. Do you know, and this may be out, and if this is outside of your expertise, please let me know and we'll ask the right witness, but do you know whether Duke will be moving to use of the Encompass model for that kind of analysis in the future?
Yes, I have seen statements that Duke Energy will move to the Encompass model in the future. And there were plans to do so earlier, but with COVID and training associated with using the model, it was delayed.
And would you agree that given its public service obligations, Duke would not adopt Encompass as a model if it were not convinced that it would adequately address the very risks that you're talking about in the way it models resource plans?
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, another key component to any model is you've got to make sure that you're giving it the right inputs, and any model I would make sure that the vendor of such model proved to me that it's going to properly take those inputs and use the methodology to correctly output a result that makes sense. I mean, it's got to pass a snicker test, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for example, I know Ms. Wilson used the Encompass model with her Synapse study, and that load shape just doesn't make sense at all. And the portfolio,
Well, I'm glad you brought
it
that up.
looks very risky.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen really quickly, and I'm glad you brought that load shape up. And let me make sure that we're referring to the same thing. Is this load shape that I'm showing you? It's Roberts Direct Exhibit 4.
The orange load shape is reflective of the load shape that Ms. Wilson demonstrates in her figure 5, I believe it is.
Sir, if you would please expand that, enlarge that document for us, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now say your answer again, sir. I'm sorry. I heard the chairman, but I didn't hear you.
The orange load shape is reflective of the load shape reflected in Ms. Wilson's figure 5, I believe it is, subject to check.
Do you know where the numbers came from that she shows in the orange line in that graph?
So I hope she requested those inputs from Duke Energy, but I know what the inputs are for the IRP, and to me, it looks like she may have taken a peek and maybe some energy value for the year or something, or maybe even monthly energy, and allowed something to determine that shape, but it's not reflective of our actual load shape. I mean, it's
Well,
clear.
I'm not asking you to speculate, Mr. Roberts, but my question was, let me put it this way: would you be surprised to learn that the values input into the model that resulted in this load shape for Ms. Wilson's report came from Duke Energy?
Like I said, I hope that was the case, but once again, I think those values had to be just a peak in an energy value, and somehow something else configured that load shape, because that is not reflective of our system.
Okay, well, perhaps Ms. Wilson will address that. Thank you. Just give me a second to refine my spot. While we're talking about modeling, some of the intervener witnesses make some suggestions about changes to Duke's modeling that I'd like to ask you about, if you don't mind, in the context of your expertise in system operations and reliability. Witness Lucas recommended that the extension of the federal ITC income tax credit should be incorporated into solar and solar plus storage capital costing in any model. Would incorporating the federal ITC into that costing harm reliability?
Yeah, so with respect to harming reliability, if that means that I need a fixed price PPA, then I would say the answer would be yes, because if I have a fixed price PPA and I'm just paying a standard energy value for that resource, to me, that's much less reliable. And I think it even shows this in the IRP for battery plus, for solar plus storage, that if it's a fixed price PPA, it has less capacity value and thus less reliability than something under utility control.
I understand that, and that really comes down to who's controlling it, but I'm asking you whether incorporation of the reality that the federal ITC has been extended into the numbers that calculate capital costs for this type of energy would harm the reliability of that energy on the system.
Yeah,
It'd be the same one way or the other, right?
I would have to think more about your question to provide
That's fair.
Good, thoughtful answer.
That's fair. Witness Lucas also recommends that Duke adjust its modeling to account for the prevalence and expected future dominance of single access tracking systems in the Duke company's footpaths. Do you agree with that? That's one of his statements?
Yes, that is one of his statements.
you don't disagree with Mr. Lucas's statement that the industry has shifted to single access tracking and away from fixed systems, do you?
So I know on our Duke-owned solar that our last project was single axis tracking.
Okay.
So there is a transition to more single axis tracking. I'll agree.
And do you agree that any model for the next several years should take into account what the industry actually looks like in terms of the type of technology that's being utilized by the solar industry?
Yeah, I mean, if you're pretty confident that that trend is going to persist, then I would agree.
Okay.
You know, that should probably be taken into account, but that question is probably better for Witness Kalimba.
Thank you. We'll be sure. Well, we've had our chance to ask him, but I appreciate your input. Thank you. Witness Lucas recommends that Duke base its long-term gas price modeling on market prices for a shorter time frame of 18 months, and then switching over to a fundamentals-based forecast after 36 months. Incorporating fundamentals into understanding what the gas prices will look like in the future won't harm system reliability, as you've testified, would it?
I mean, there are a lot of variables that you're talking about here that can impact reliability. It's just indirectly. And I'll give you an example. You talked about single axis tracking solar. Practically all developers, and probably Duke single axis tracking solar, is oriented with a north-south axis. Are you aware of that?
Mm-hmm.
And with north-south axis single axis tracking solar, you actually get less energy in the winter as to what you could get with east-west axis tracking solar. And the energy is actually pretty much the same as from fixed tilt solar in the winter when we need the energy the most, especially if we're going to adopt battery storage and need that energy for storage. So it's everything indirectly has some impact on reliability. And
Understood.
You just need to be thorough with respect to understanding it and determining how it impacts reliability.
Is it your view, sir, that any change to Duke's modeling that increases the amount of solar on the system will harm system reliability?
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Is it your view that any change to Duke's modeling that increases the amount of solar on the system will harm reliability?
It has to be integrated in the correct manner. If you increase solar, it can be integrated reliably. The way you have to do that, though, is you have to plan for if it's not going to show up for 5 days, as demonstrated in one of my figures in my rebuttal testimony. If you have very low capacity factors for 5 days, something's got to replace that energy. You got to make sure you have energy sufficiency.
Understood. But you just testified, and I want to make sure that it's clear that you can integrate it reliably. It is possible.
Yes, but you need that firm dispatchable resource, such as our coal now, and the only other feasible generation I know of going forward that can do that is gas generation. You need some firm dispatchable resource to be able to backstand that solar.
To be clear, those are the two firm dispatchable resources that you're used to dealing with, correct?
Well, I mean, we looked at solar plus storage in the IRP, right? And storage is dispatchable, correct?
It is. How much
so
storage did you build? How much? I'm sorry, we're talking over each other. Go ahead and finish.
No, you go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. How much, let's take the base case without carbon, which is, I think, case number A, letter A. How much storage is forecast in that particular base case? Do you know?
So base without carbon, is that?
Yes, sir.
It's low. I don't have the chart in front of me, but it's fairly low.
But if we look at page, I won't call it up because everybody has it in front of them. But if I told you that page 91 of the DEC IRP in describing portfolio A, the base case without carbon policy, says that the plan adds 150 megawatts of battery storage placeholders to the system in the early to mid 2020s, and a portion of solar and solar plus storage throughout the IRP planning horizon. Does that help you recollect?
So there's a table it's on about page 12 or 14 that shows the DEC, DEP combined incremental resources. And that would be the best table to refer to with respect to looking at incremental storage. I'm pretty sure it's around 1,500 megawatts for the base case with CO2 policy.
Okay, so.
And then it goes all the way up to 7,400 for the no new gas case.
Thank you. One quick question that I didn't ask before I changed subjects there. When you're looking at the reliability of a gas plant, which is more primarily implicated in determining that reliability, the gas price or the gas availability when you need it?
Gas availability is key, and obviously the performance of the unit. But I don't think anybody could debate that if you have a cold winter week, such as we had in 2018, my system operations experience tells me I would much rather have a gas unit that can supply that energy for the whole week as I needed versus taking my chances on, well, it wouldn't even be chances. I think the risk shows that it would have insufficient energy, and we would probably have unserved energy if we had that same week of 2018 weather. If we tried to just remove all the coal and replace it with solar plus storage.
It is true, though,
based on my operational experience. Sorry.
It is true that all of the plans that are put forward in the IRPs removes the coal and retires the coal production. Correct? Coal generation. On different schedules, but all of them do it, right?
They retire coal to some degree. They don't all take it to zero by 2035. Okay. For example, the no new gas, you still have 2,200 megawatts of dual fuel operated coal.
I'm glad you brought up the no new gas. I just want to be clear that the Duke itself proposes an IRP that includes a potential scenario that includes no new gas, right? I mean, it's right there in the IRP.
That's correct.
And Duke, in your opinion, has not presented any scenarios that wouldn't meet system reliability standards, have they?
All the scenarios in the IRPs should adequately provide for power system reliability and should be able to meet NERC standards with them.
And so it is possible then to meet NERC standards and provide reliability with no new gas into the system.
You've got to look at it holistically, though. Once again, it includes 2,200 megawatts of dual fuel operated coal. It includes an SMR around 700 megawatts. It includes offshore wind about 2,600 megawatts. It includes onshore wind about 3,100 megawatts. So there's a lot of different resources in that portfolio.
All of which was proposed by Duke as a reasonable and plan to meet the region's energy needs through 2035, correct?
That's correct, but there's risk associated with developing that portfolio. You've got very new technology in a small modular reactor. Offshore wind prices, you probably have to have those come down before that's good value for the customers. You've got transmission risk with those portfolios require siting and permitting and building, constructing transmission, some along new right-of-ways. And that's got its own risk. I mean, how would you feel if we paid for an offshore wind resource and then we tried to construct the transmission associated with that and we couldn't construct it because of too much opposition?
Mr. Roberts,
Duke would probably be stranded.
It'd be stranded just like a gas plant that was required to be taken offline by the federal government, correct?
I will allow witness Snyder to address that.
Okay. And regardless, the Duke IRP does present a plan that has no new gas installed after existing gas that Duke felt was reliable enough to include in its IRP, didn't it? And reasonable enough to include in its IRP.
Yes, but once again, you got very new technology, such as a small modular reactor included in
Sure.
that plan.
Wouldn't it also then be incumbent upon the parties that are considering which IRP is the most reasonable and prudent to determine whether perhaps small modular reactors might be replaced by a longstanding technology such as solar?
Once again, a small modular reactor that is firm and dispatchable can provide me with that high capacity factor energy and capacity that I need for that cold weather week, such as I had in 2018. That's kind of a stress test for any IRP portfolio.
Understood. And you brought up offshore wind maybe perhaps being stranded by the fact that folks would oppose the transmission line coming in from the coast, right?
That's correct.
Wouldn't there be a similar risk to, say, proposing to build a natural gas pipeline that got major opposition and was ultimately scratched?
There's risk with every item in the IRP.
And in fact, that risk.
Each item has its own risk, and so those risks have to be weighed. We've replaced coal with gas since 2000. Associated with like ANSI Clean Smokestacks Act.
Sure.
And we've been successful with respect to securing gas for that new gas generation.
Mr. Roberts, you and I don't disagree on that, but I want to be clear that the type of risk you're talking about in the transmission example is exactly what happened to Duke Energy on the gas pipelines that were just denied, correct?
I'll let witness Snyder address this with you.
Okay, I'll look forward to that.
That's not my expertise. So.
When do you assume firm fuel delivery for your CT units?
So we do not. However, we have backup fuel at each one of our CT sites.
But on a cold winter morning, does a gas plant with a non-firm supply contract sometimes get interrupted?
I have never known our gas to get interrupted on a cold winter morning. Now it may be limited, and my operations experience, we test prior to winter season on oil, and we ensure that our backup fuel supply is going to be reliable. And we may have to run generation on backup fuel for a short period of time because gas supply is limited.
ERCOT's gas plants had similar plans too, didn't they?
I don't think a lot of the ERCOT plants had backup fuel. I think they were totally dependent on gas supply.
And because their supply didn't come through, their plants had to shut down or be curtailed, correct? Isn't that part of the reason? Wasn't that part of the reason for the ERCOT disaster?
Part of the reason, yes. There were many parts, but yes, I'll agree with you. That was part of the reason. And you had gas supply issues with wellhead freeze-offs. It's just the planning and preparation for winter operations. This is my system operations perspective. Was just not there in ERCOT, and it was because of accountability. If that same event, knock on wood, I hope it never happens on my system, but if it did ever happen, I would have to go to this commission and explain why. I'm accountable. There was no really single point of accountability in ERCOT.
Well, we'll take a look at some of ERCOT's data in just a few minutes because they've released some as part of their accountability process, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. But first, let me ask you, if you'll turn back to your testimony. On page 17 of your rebuttal testimony, you state, and I'm going to call this up because it's a rather long quote. Bear with me while I share the screen. Can you see that? Is that large enough for the commission?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. How about you, Mr. Roberts? Can you see that? Or at least turn to
Yes,
page
I can-
17 of
I
your
can.
testimony.
I can see that.
Okay, great. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
You state in this first, I've done the highlighting here just for the record. It didn't come this way. On blue sky days, these facilities maximize their output and continue to inject energy into the balancing area during the midday load valley when system demand is at its lowest. The balancing authorities cannot reduce online generation below their lowest reliable operating limit, LROL level, causing load following system generation that is required for reliability to exceed the net system demand, actual load minus unscheduled or unconstrained solar QF energy, resulting in operationally excessive energy on the balancing authority caused by operationally excessive solar QF installed capacity. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you read that correctly.
And you italicized caused by operationally excessive solar QF installed capacity. Why is that italicized in your testimony?
Yeah, because we do have some blue sky days, especially if it's like mild winter days, where we have to do something with that excessive energy, right? And I think that's the reason why when you add solar, you add commensurate storage, which is what we show in our IRPs, and because you can handle that excess energy and store it. However, once again, based on my figure 5, we have periods where we have very low solar output, very low solar energy.
Well, the question here is about
something to backstand that.
What you're talking about here is where the production exceeds what's needed, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is the problem identified in your testimony here on page 17 a problem because Duke cannot predict solar production on blue sky days?
No, if it's a blue sky day, we can fairly well predict solar output. It's the other partly cloudy days, overcast days, rainy days that it's very hard to predict. Although on rainy days, it's very low output.
It's very predictable that high production occurs on sunny days for solar, right?
Yes.
That's kind of self-evident. Okay. As it is, when solar is producing what you call excess energy here, the Duke system is forced to curtail that solar because the current generation fleet is less flexible than solar, isn't it?
Yes.
In fact, the decision to
what we do is we have to find some outlet for that energy. That's the first thing we try to do instead of curtail the solar. In fact, we've had very few solar curtailment events, extremely, very few, much less than in California. And we've been able to successfully find sinks for that excess energy.
So well, that's interesting. But what happens is you end up, if you have to curtail it, you're curtailing energy that has lower or even no fuel costs in favor of maintaining production with less flexible and more expensive thermal technologies, right?
I wouldn't say that it has zero cost. My PPA requires me to pay my avoided cost rate per megawatt hour for that energy.
Correct.
And so it's not zero cost.
It's less expensive, though, than, say, gas coming in from a pipeline that may or may not exist, right?
If you're talking about incremental energy, I don't know the exact percentage, but it's double digits higher cost than what I can produce with a gas combined cycle.
Okay. You continue by noting that this condition, quote, and I'll go a little further down, occurs in DEP often, resulting in the operator having to take certain steps to curtail it. And you testify further On the next page, looking ahead to 2022 and beyond, these challenges and risks will be amplified in both the DEC and DEP BAs, particularly in the DEP BA, as the quantity of installed solar, especially uncontrolled QF solar capacity increases. Is that what you said?
Yes, and the reason is PERPA QF solar, unless you have it in the contract that you can dispatch down, if it's a must-take QF PPA, and I don't have that dispatch down language in there, it's basically a put onto the system of energy, right? If I get too much of it, the only way I can balance my system and ensure compliance is with NERC standards is to curtail it. If I can't find an alternate sink for it.
Before you continue, I know you're trying to be thoughtful and allow Mr. Roberts to finish his sentences, and I appreciate the challenge of doing this remotely, but I just ask you to pause before your next question to make sure he's fully finished with his thought. These are complex topics, and he's trying to give the commission the most detailed and thoughtful answer he can. So if you just take a pause before your next question, that would be most appreciated.
I'll be happy to do that, Mr. Breitford. I've been trying, but sometimes I'm eager to ask the next question. And Mr. Roberts, please feel free to, if you feel like I've stepped on the end of your answer, please let me know that and that you need to finish your answer. I certainly don't mean to cut you off when I do that, okay?
No problem.
Did you finish your prior answer before Mr. Breitford spoke up?
Yes, sir.
Great. Looking back at this testimony, you've stressed a couple of times that it's caused by operationally excessive solar QF installed capacity. And then you state especially uncontrolled QF solar capacity. And you were just testifying that you have limited curtailment rights for QF PERPA solar, right?
Yes. Well, it's more difficult. We have to be in an emergency in order to curtail standard offer contracts.
So by uncontrolled solar, you mean solar that cannot be curtailed except during those system emergency periods?
Well, by uncontrolled solar, if it's cloudy in the morning and then all of a sudden the sun pops out and it becomes a blue sky day, that may not have been the forecast originally, but all of a sudden we've got a bunch of solar. And, if we're trying to get more generation online because a cold front's coming through, it's going to be really cold tomorrow morning, that can create some operational challenges.
I appreciate that, and you've testified to that, but you use the word uncontrolled in the context of QF solar, which seems to me, and you tell me if I'm right, that uncontrolled QF solar, as you use it in your testimony, means solar power that Duke doesn't have curtailment rights on except during emergency conditions.
So what I mean by uncontrolled solar is essentially we're having to take the output unless we're in the emergency. When we're in the emergency, reliability is already threatened. We got to manage it at that point.
I think you and I are saying the same thing. I appreciate that. Solar procured through the competitive procurement or CPRE process is not uncontrolled QF solar, is it?
For CPRE solar, we do have dispatch down rights associated with that solar.
Okay. And there's no reason to assume that if Duke were to procure further solar outside of PERPA and through CPRE, that it wouldn't get similar curtailment rights in the future, is there?
Similar or better rights, yeah. As you put more and more solar on the system, you got to ensure that you can manage that energy.
Well, with respect to additional solar in the model, and in any of the scenarios in the IRPs, does Duke assume that it is uncontrolled QF PERPA solar, or does it assume that it is CPRE solar?
With respect to what's the input to the model, I'm not aware of how much was assumed to be standard offer and how much was assumed to be CPRE.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that Duke is allowed to curtail, well, strike that. You've already covered that. Isn't it true that since 2018, Duke has had a protocol on file with the North Carolina Commission, at least, that sets out how it will curtail solar and other generators if it looks like they're having trouble with load balancing?
Yes, that's correct.
So Duke has a plan to address that particular issue.
Duke has a curtailment protocol to address the excess energy issue.
Has it worked?
So far, when we've had excess energy emergencies, we've been able to successfully navigate that and avoid a NERC compliance violation.
So has Duke had any NERC BAL violations since solar penetration started to rise on its system under either DEC or DEP?
With respect to BAL 001, we've had threats, but we have not had a violation.
No violations.
Right, and that's our obligation, right? I mean,
Right.
it's really non-negotiable.
No, I
Right,
understand
I mean,
that,
but we don't want to position ourselves where we really have a high risk of potential violation.
is Duke required to file periodic reports with the North Carolina Utilities Commission detailing when they've had load balancing events where they've had to curtail under that protocol?
So there is a North Carolina Commission order where we have to file quarterly reports associated with curtailing QF solar for any reason, really. I mean, we've had to curtail QF solar associated with transmission loading, for example.
How many
Not
times
just for
has Duke,
balancing.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Not just for balancing.
Okay. How many times has Duke had to curtail a solar QF generator under this protocol since it was adopted in 2018? Do you know?
I don't know the exact number.
Is it less than 5?
I would say the number is, I know the first time, but I think it was before the protocol, was the solar eclipse. And I mean, that's back in.
That's a pretty rare event, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. But other than that, for actual balancing events and transmission loading, this is subject to check, but I would say half a dozen, maybe a little bit more.
So despite the concerns stated in your testimony, in fact, Duke has not seen significant load balancing or reliability problems associated with the growing penetration of solar on its system. Isn't that right?
Well, I mean, if you look at it in context, DEP only has about 3,000 megawatts nameplate of solar, and DEC only has about 1,000 megawatts, a little over 1,000 megawatts of nameplate solar. And we're talking about, I think the higher portfolios have 16.4 gigawatts of solar. To me, that carries a reliability risk, or a something we're going to have to put stuff in place to mitigate. We're going to have to integrate it correctly, or we're not going to support power system reliability.
And those are the types of risks you'll have to, no matter what portfolio you adopt, but that Duke pursues, there are risks that will have to be dealt with under any energy technology, correct?
Yeah, like I said, all the portfolios and the resources associated with those portfolios do carry their own risk, and we have to acknowledge those and mitigate them.
Is it possible?
The thing that I'm sorry.
No, please finish.
The thing that is different, though, is a lot of those other variables I have control of, or I can manage. I can't manage when the sun shines or when the wind blows. I don't have that much power.
Let me double check on something. You said you had to curtail during the solar eclipse?
Yes, we did.
So there was too much solar being produced during the eclipse?
No. So what we were managing is the ramp. So, as the solar eclipse is coming on, all that solar is cutting off. If you left it all on to begin with, you would have to deal with a huge ramp off. And we saw that as a risk, so we mitigated it by pre-curtailment going into the eclipse period.
Is it possible, you've talked a lot about the variability of solar. The things that you talk about are somewhat regional. If it's a cloudy day in the Carolinas, you may have a problem of producing not enough energy, right, on your system.
Yeah, what do you mean by regional?
Well, wouldn't Duke be able to purchase power from other systems in the event of an unexpected regional decrease in the amount of solar energy being produced?
Most of the time, yes, but on an extreme cold winter week, you can't count on it. You can't count on even non-firm energy being available.
Aren't there benefits to diversity of type and region of production for reliability? So if it's spread out both in types of generation and in regional areas that are producing the power, won't that help you meet those variability issues? And that was a horribly constructed question. If you can follow it, please answer it.
So you would think so, but what we've seen in real operational experience is that we have days where the whole region is socked in with cloud cover, and we have low solar production.
But it's possible that an increase in solar across an entire territory could reduce total short-term variability due to weather events, couldn't it?
Like I said, we have some days that it affects the whole solar fleet, and we get those days such as in my figure 5.
Wouldn't, though, having facilities across the state, a larger fleet, tend to smooth out those effects of local and regional weather patterns?
It depends on the weather. I mean, that's what I was saying. I can't control when the sun's shining, and that includes over the whole region, North Carolina, South Carolina region.
On page 18 and 19 of your rebuttal testimony, you've got some graphs, and I think you referred to them, figure 2, that shows an event from February 9th to February 15th of 2021. You testified about that figure and that event, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us how common the weather pattern was that you examined during February of 2021?
Yeah, so I did look back at January through February of this year. You know, when I looked at this graph, and about 40% of the days in that period were below 10% capacity factor for our solar fleet. And then about 20% of those days were below 5% capacity factor.
What time period did you look at?
January through February, because I was interested in winter.
And that's is it safe to say that the event you talked about, February 9th through 15th of 2021, was a rare event?
I wouldn't say it's rare. I mean, like I said, in the winter, we can see these multiple days of low capacity factors. And I mean, I could look at 2020 and show you similar graphs. I could look at 2019 and show you similar graphs. Same thing with 2018. It happens.
The capacity factor reflects the amount of power being produced by that particular unit, right? As a percentage of what it could produce.
That's correct. And you make a good point. So I'll give a frame of reference. So in the winter time, just looking at the transmission connected solar, fixed tilt, we get around, and I think I state this in my testimony somewhere. So I don't want to misquote. Anyway, subject to check. Fixed tilt is around 14 to 17%, and single axis tracking around 15 to 16% average capacity factor. So it's not a lot of difference with respect to percent capacity factor in the wintertime between those two, but that gives you a frame of reference of average capacity factor.
Well,
We have days, especially as you get toward, the days get a little bit longer toward the end of February. You can see 28% capacity factor on some blue sky days. And that's just to put things in a frame of reference.
But Duke's fossil units also experience unplanned outages, don't they?
From time to time, yes.
But those are relatively rare, right?
Relatively, yes.
Do you express those units' capacity factor over those outage hours, not over a day or an hourly basis?
So the capacity factor is really looking at the energy produced during a period over what energy could have been produced over a given period.
Okay. You give a couple of examples, and I want to move on to a different portion of your testimony. You give a couple of examples that you say show what may happen where reliability is not adequately maintained. On page 28 of your testimony, you refer to CAISO, C-A-I-S-O.
Yeah, that's California ISO. Yep.
Right, and you discuss the results of an analysis of the California blackout event on August 25th, 2020. Do you see that?
Yes.
Maybe it's August 15th.
2020.
August 15th.
August 15th, 2020. Correct.
I had a typo in my notes. August 15th, 2020. That passage from CAISO refers to, quote, smoke from active fires on both days, correct?
No. On August 15th, there was both high cloud cover and smoke from fires that impacted solar production. And I think that's
right.
Quoted in my testimony. Yeah, on page 28.
That's what I asked. The quote says that solar generation was reduced by high clouds from a storm covering large parts of California and smoke from active fires on both days, August 15th and 16th.
Yes.
How many times have forest fires the size of those that ravaged California in August 2020 been an issue within the DEC or DEP balancing areas?
It's been a long time, but we have had forest fires along the coastal plain.
The answer is never, isn't it, sir?
We have never had 2
correct. We have never had 650 wildfires burning 2.1 million acres of land in North Carolina or South Carolina. On page 30 of your rebuttal, you state your conclusion that following CCBA's recommendations, quote, would lead to an over-reliance on purchased non-dispatchable solar for which the output is variable and intermittent. And again, you're referring to PURPA contracts in that passage, correct?
I'm sorry, where are you reading from?
Sorry, page 30 and your conclusions.
In which lines?
It's line 20, actually 19 through 21. Following the recommendations of CCBA would lead to an over-reliance on purchased non-dispatchable solar for which the output is variable and intermittent, correct?
Correct.
And again, that refers, because you mentioned it being non-dispatchable and purchased, you're talking about PURPA contracts there, aren't you?
Yes, primarily PURPA contracts. And I mean, non-dispatchable carries different connotations with it too, such as, when I think of a dispatchable generation, I think of being able to put it on automatic generation control, i.e., I can send automatic signals to a plant controller and it can move up or down. Here, I'm just sending, for like CPRE solar, I'm just sending signals to the plant controller and it's dispatching it down, right? Because I need to dispatch it down because of excess energy. I can't really regulate the system or move it up and down continuously to regulate the system like I can with a dispatchable generator.
Currently.
Like gas. Yeah.
Currently, correct?
Well, I would say even going forward, and the reason for that is because of the weather with respect to solar. If you have battery storage, you can
Yes.
move that up or down. I mean, they regulate with storage all the time in other areas. So.
Thank you. There's actually nothing in CCBA's recommendations through Mr. Lucas or any other witness that requires the solar on the system to be non-dispatchable, is there?
Ask that question again. I'm sorry. I didn't catch
There's
the last
actually,
part.
there's nothing in CCBA's recommendations through Mr. Lucas or any other witness that would require solar on the system to be non-dispatchable, is there?
Once again, in context, especially due to the cloud cover in the Carolinas, I can, whatever it's producing, I can dispatch it down from that level, but if clouds come over, I don't know what level I can get back to. So it's, once again, I can't really rely on it for dispatching similar to traditional synchronous generation machine.
But with storage, you might be able to, right?
With
You just said
storage,
that.
that would provide some flexibility.
And
Attorney
wouldn't it
Burns,
just-
I hate to interrupt you.
Oh, that's fine.
How much longer do you think you have?
If you're looking to take a break, now might be a good time. I'm about to change subjects, but I have a little bit of time to go on that last subject.
All right. Well, we're in recess until 3:55.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in docket numbers 2019-224E and 225, E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room are Commissioners Caston, Thomas, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Present virtually are Commissioners Irvin and Powers. Attorney Burns, please continue.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Roberts, let me figure out exactly where we were before we left. On page 31 of your testimony, you refer to the events in Texas this winter as support for your critique of solar and energy storage as a replacement for gas CTs, correct?
So it's not really a critique of solar and storage as replacing gas CTs, as it is highlighting that if you don't have the right resources and ensure resource assurance associated with those resources, then you can have a ERCOT style of event, ERCOT type of event. It does highlight some of the limitations of storage, though. For example, ERCOT got into rotating outages. So for 72 hours, after you depleted that initial charge of that battery, you wouldn't have had any energy to store. And so then it becomes a pretty useless resource at that point in time.
I'm referring to page 31 of your testimony, and the highlighted portion here, I think, is what you're just referring to. Indeed, looking at the recent ERCOT extreme cold weather event, as reflected in figure 12, there were approximately 72 hours where ERCOT was shedding firm load and there would have been no energy available to store. Is that what you're talking about?
That's correct.
It's true, is it not, that during that period of emergency in Texas, some of the gas, coal, and nuclear units in Texas were also offline, correct?
Yes. You're correct. It was, like I said before, it was a complex event, and there were a lot of different types of resources that succumbed to various modes of failure. And you're correct. Gas was included in that. Coal was included in that, as well as a nuclear unit, as well as solar, as well as wind. Basically, all resource types were impacted.
And in your testimony, I'm showing you page, I believe, 32 of your testimony, or your figure 12. Did you take this figure from ERCOT itself? Isn't this a production of ERCOT?
Yes, that's a production from their ERCOT presentation to the board.
And that was after the event when they were trying to figure out what happened, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree that ERCOT's investigative reports of the outages in its territory would be relevant to understanding what happened in Texas in February of 2021?
Yes. In fact, NERC and FERC are doing a thorough investigation, and I'm sorry, but I don't know the status of that, but that report should shed plenty of light on what actually happened during the event.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as cross-examination exhibit 9, which was circulated to council and to, I believe, to you and to the commission. Do you have that in front of you? Or you can look at it on the screen if you'd like.
Yeah, I can see it on the screen.
Okay, I'm going to scroll as well as I can through it without making people sick. This was a presentation of ERCOT April 27th, 2021, published date. And it's an update to the April 26th preliminary report on the causes of generator outages and derates during the February 2021 extreme cold weather event. Are you familiar with ERCOT's reviews of what happened? You cited to one of them in your report, right? In your testimony, correct?
Yes, I looked through a couple of their presentations to the board of their review of the information they had at the time associated with the event.
Your testimony in your rebuttal testimony was that, quote, integrating solar plus battery storage could assist, but perhaps not solve for reliability and resource assurance challenges, close quote, like those experienced in ERCOT, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me take a look at, if you look at the, on page 4 of this report, cross-examination exhibit 9. net generator outages and derates by cause from February 14th to 19th of 2021. That was the time frame in which the temperatures dropped really low in Texas and everything froze, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the largest category of causes for outages and derates on this graph?
Obviously, the lighter blue region, which is weather related.
Okay. There's also significant equipment issues under the dark purple, right? What do you know what they mean by fuel limitations?
I imagine they're talking about wellhead freeze-offs associated with gas supply,
Okay.
something associated with gas supply.
And existing outages, this nice flat section along the bottom here, that's almost 9 gigawatts. This refers to planned facility outages for maintenance, doesn't it?
Yes, it reflects outages going into the event that weren't really caused by the period of the event.
And all fossil fuel fired generators and nuclear generation units have to be taken offline periodically for maintenance, don't they?
That's correct. Yeah, there's different reasons for scheduling generator maintenance, and it's done usually during the low demand periods because that's the most economical time to do that.
And solar generators do not require that kind of seasonal maintenance, do they?
We may find out that, like single axis tracking, you have to have a motor mechanism to move those panels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Along that axis, and especially if you go to dual axis, there's even more moving parts. And so I think there may be times when you do have to have outage, maybe not of the whole solar facility, but associated rows of panels to work on those motor mechanisms, or you could have inverter outages from time to time. Inverters are probably the shortest mean time between failure component out there.
That would be an unplanned outage if an inverter failed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And weather related, let's look and see how they define weather related. And I'll ask you if you agree with it. Go down to, sorry, bear with me. They define weather related as generator outages or derates explicitly attributed to cold weather conditions in the RFI responses. This includes, but is not limited to, frozen equipment, including frozen sensing lines, water lines, and frozen valves, ice accumulation on wind turbine blades, ice snow cover on solar panels, and exceedances of low temperature limits for wind turbines, and flooded equipment due to ice snow melt. I read that correctly, I hope?
Yes.
Right? All kinds of units are potentially subject to these types of outages, correct?
That is correct.
Let me direct your attention to page 24 of this exhibit. Can you tell me, based upon that graphic, how much of the loss experienced by ERCOT was due to snow and icing on solar panels? Which of the colors is on this graphic is directed to solar panel snow and icing?
The yellow, however, I would like to mention that at the time, if I remember correctly, ERCOT only had 4 megawatts nameplate of solar. So it's obviously going to be a thin region in that graph relative to the other megawatts of resources that they have.
Frozen water lines, control system issues, boiler leaks, boiler feed pump issues, frozen sensing lines and frozen equipment, frozen valves, high exhaust temperature, and temperature limits. All of those things are things that might occur to a combustion unit, correct?
Coal or gas, I guess a nuclear plant, that could happen at a nuclear plant.
And at a solar farm, on this list of issues, the panels might get covered with snow and ice, correct?
That's correct. Or you could have overcast days, like it's not really, well, it is weather related, similar to, I think it was the 8th through the 15th. They had overcast days going into the event.
the likelihood of a decrease in performance due to an overcast day is built into the model as you're modeling solar performance in a given region, isn't it?
It should be.
Right. This chart, Exhibit 9, is referring to the sort of unexpected problems that led to ERCOT. The
Yes,
ERCOT disaster. Okay. Not the decreased performance of solar panels because the sun was not shining as brightly that day, right?
Yes, this
Okay.
is, I mean, it even says snow panel, solar panel, snow or icing is the
And
category.
it's a almost infinitesimally narrow band on this large graphic, correct?
Right, but if you're, you're talking about 20,000 megawatts, and, solar is 4,000 megawatts nameplate, and then they're probably looking at actual capacity. So what's it actually able to get during a bright sunny day?
Okay, bear with me just 1 second if you would. I'm going to try to get another piece of the testimony up for you. Looking at page 15 of the ERCOT report, Exhibit 9. This shows the estimated impacts of outages and derates on solar output in ERCOT's territory during this time frame. The actual solar output is shown in blue, and the lost output is shown in the gray, correct?
Yeah, it says lost output due to outages and derates is gray.
And it doesn't show any fuel limitations for solar, does it?
No, but you're looking at the 14th through the 18th. I mean, that's after the outages, the rotating outages have already started on the 15th. I guess what I was saying earlier is like the 8th through the morning of the 15th, you had really low solar output.
But during the crisis in ERCOT was during the rolling blackouts, correct?
Yes, but
and during the rolling blackouts,
the things leading up to the morning of the 15th enabled those rotating blackouts. And I guess the point I wanted to make was that if ERCOT tried to rely on batteries, they could be faced with the same situation because, you had low wind output and low solar output leading up to that February 15th morning.
Mr. Roberts, during the crisis in ERCOT from February 15th to February 19th, solar continued to produce pretty close to its capacity, didn't it? They don't have a lot on their system, but it was producing within a narrow band of what it was supposed to produce, correct?
I mean, on Tuesday, the 16th, it was half the nameplate. And on Thursday, it was 3/4 of the nameplate. It didn't get really to its full capacity for that Friday. No, it's okay.
Didn't mean to take that down. I know you were looking at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it didn't get to its full capacity until that Friday. And it looks like they had more than 4 megawatts of nameplate. I was thinking it was 4 megawatts, but it looks like it was probably closer to 6 megawatts based on those shapes of nameplate.
It seems, though, that extreme weather events like what happened in Texas pose pretty limited risks to solar facilities in comparison to the thermal risks that we looked at on the other page. Doesn't it?
I would say that's a poorly drawn conclusion with the ERCOT event because, Germany had their own event this past winter, and they had pictures of snow-covered panels. They had wind issues, and they had to run a lot of coal and gas to fulfill their demand.
Let's take a look at.
And those solar profiles occurred really after you got into rotating blackouts, the higher solar profiles. So, I mean, it's too late at that point in time.
Let's take a look at the net generator outages and derates by fuel type in ERCOT during the February 14th through February 19th timeframe. The largest of these is natural gas, correct?
Yes, I believe that is correct. But the
Even
largest
coal
portion
had its
of their-
outages.
Yes, but the largest portion of their fleet is, I believe, is wind or natural gas. I think it is natural gas.
And so reliance on natural gas is not necessarily a guarantee that you'll be able to provide reliability in the types of extreme cold events that were demonstrated in Texas during the ERCOT crisis from February 14th to February 19th, is it?
It is if you plan for it prudently and ensure that your fuel supply is reliable or you have backup fuel.
By the same token, if you had a system based on solar and storage or more heavily based in solar and storage than Duke's IRPs predict, and it was carefully planned for and controlled by a corporation as good as Duke with the folks like you in charge of it, you'd be able to adjust for the types of risks posed by solar and storage, wouldn't you?
I would say no, because once again, I can't control the sun and I can't control the wind. Just can't. I do have some, the company does have some bearing on with respect to those other sources. Now, you know, I'm not saying we shouldn't have solar and wind. I mean, the IRP portfolios speak for themselves on that. They have plenty of solar and wind incorporated. You just have to make sure that that whole portfolio can be reliable, provide for a reliable power supply during those extreme cases like we had in 2018. And if you look back in recent history, they're not that infrequent.
I'm glad you pointed that out. The company's plans and scenarios produced in the IRPs anticipates addition of solar and storage across all 5 of those scenarios, doesn't it?
Correct.
And in doing so, you model the capacity factor of each of those solar facilities, correct?
Yes, I think there were some studies done for the IRP that looked at capacity factors associated with the solar.
And a properly calculated ELCC will anticipate those types of performance problems as you characterize them with solar related to cloudy days and intermittency, won't it?
They should, but they should also look at model inputs are key. And based on the operational experience, I know what I actually see from solar output. And what I see is represented in those graphs in my testimony. And so I know that any portfolio that expands that type of resource, you've got to carefully look at the impacts of those resources. I don't know that the inputs of the IRP looked at specific, irradiance days and properly estimated the capacity you're going to get from that solar. I know what I actually get based on operational experience. And once again, it's reflected in these graphs. And I know if you try to rely on that as a resource, an energy source for charging battery storage, you better have some kind of backstanding resource or some kind of resource that can run at a high capacity factor for a certain duration of time.
Let me look at one more screen from ERCOT. This is page 16 of cross exhibit number 9. Net generator outages and derates by fuel type by megawatt. On this one, it's even more pronounced, isn't it, that natural gas outages made up the largest share in the ERCOT system of outages and derates, leading to the rolling blackouts, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And coal had about 8 gigawatts at its peak of when it was out and derated, correct? Right here, where I'm motioning my cursor?
That's correct.
Right around the word coal, for the record?
Yes.
So it seems like extreme weather events like what happened in Texas pose pretty limited risk to solar facilities, but pretty large risks to unprepared fossil fuel generators, correct?
I think it is pretty unwise to not properly winterize and plan for and prepare generation that can be subjected to sub-freezing temperatures for extended periods of time and expect them to perform in an extended cold weather event.
Would you
It's just
agree that
not-
given the high outage rates of, oh, I'm sorry, you weren't finished. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it's just not prudent with respect to the planning and preparation that should happen to ensure they're going to be available for this type of weather, knowing it's possible.
Given the high outage rates of fossil fuel fired generation during the ERCOT event, would you agree that an over-reliance on fossil fuel fired generation posed an operational risk for ERCOT's grid?
No, I would say a lack of preparation and ensuring a full supply chain from the source, to the actual output of the megawatt hour. And I didn't hear of any transmission issues per se, but ensuring that full supply chain, all of it's got to work. If it's not, your customer's not going to get power.
One of the issues in ERCOT was the natural gas plants didn't have ready supply of fuel to fire those plants during this time frame, correct?
Right. One of the issues was frozen gas wellheads, and thus a supply issue. Yes.
And so a risk to the supply of gas would be a risk to the unit, a risk to the whole system if it relies too heavily on natural gas.
Once again, there's risk with every resource in the IRP. And so that risk has to be thought about and can it be managed properly?
The ERCOT event played no role in the development of Duke's IRP, correct?
That's correct. We submitted our IRPs back in September of 2020, well before the ERCOT event.
Right, and the ERCOT event was in February of 2021, right?
Right, that's correct.
Duke's reliability planning is not based on weather events like this one with extreme cold temperatures persisting over multiple days, is it?
That's incorrect. Our reliability planning does look at pre-season webinars where we basically ensure everything is being considered going into the winter. It consists of meetings to, pre-cold weather event meetings to ensure everything is prepared and ready. It consists of procedures that ensure winterization associated with plants with heat tracing, insulation, etc. So there's a lot of things that go into preparation for ensuring reliability associated with this ERCOT type event. In fact, 2011 was really the first ERCOT cold weather event where NERC came out with a list of recommendations, and we've taken those recommendations. We've also looked at other cold weather events and institutionalized those lessons learned into our procedures and preparation.
And because Duke learns its lessons well, Duke would be prepared to handle the risk to any of its fleet posed by an event like the one in ERCOT. Is that your testimony?
I mean, any cold weather event can be severe enough where you didn't catch everything, but we're pretty thorough with respect to trying to ensure we prepare for a severe cold weather event. And I think 2018 is a great demonstration of how we prepared for and rode through that event reliable.
And since that event in 2018, the generation fleet run by Duke in DEC and DEP's territories is different than it was in 2018, isn't it?
There are a few changes, yes.
There's the Asheville gas plant has come online since then, correct?
That's correct, and we've added quite a bit of solar as well.
Right. Thank you. There's another risk factor that ERCOT has that DEP and DEC do not have, and that's that ERCOT is essentially an islanded system, correct?
It has very limited DC tie import capability. I think it's about 1,200 megawatts.
Whereas DEP and
Subject to
DEC
check.
systems, sorry, subject to check?
Subject
Okay.
to check.
But DEP and DEC systems are substantially more integrated both with each other and with other regional providers than ERCOT is, correct?
We are more integrated than ERCOT, that's correct. Or interconnected, I'm sorry, I used the wrong word.
So bear with me for just 1 minute while I look at some of your testimony in your supplemental rebuttal. I think I might be just about done. I believe that's all I have at this time for this witness, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I
Alright.
appreciate your attention.
Thank you.
Do any of the other intervening parties have questions for this witness?
Taylor Spear for Vote Solar. I recognize I'm skipping ahead here of the sub parties if they want to go first.
Attorney Mixon, Attorney Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Spears ready, that is just fine with me. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Burns, did you intend to enter Cross Exhibit 9 into evidence?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the reminder. We would move into evidence Cross Exhibit 9 as and ask that it be received into evidence.
Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association Cross Exhibit 9 will be marked for identification purposes and entered into the record as hearing Exhibit 32.
I almost said published to the jury, but I realize that's probably not necessary this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
No problem. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League et al. Vote Solar. Okay. All right. Attorney Spear.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Mr. Roberts, the companies did not conduct a sensitivity analysis in the IRP relative to stranded asset costs caused by the company meeting their 2050 net zero goal. Is that correct?
That would be a question for witness Snyder.
Have you heard Mr. Snyder's testimony, and have you heard the testimony of witness Santiani?
Yes, I heard portions of their testimony.
Does that refresh your memory at all as to the answer to the question?
Once again, that question would be better suited to witness Snyder.
Okay, do you remember the testimony of Ms. Santiani, which said to the extent that any goals associated with the 2050 climate report were integrated into the resource planning, that would be limited to consideration of carbon price, consideration of meeting the company's requirement under the North Carolina Clean Energy Plan, and thirdly, meeting the company's 2035 carbon goal?
That question would be better posed to witness Santiani.
Let's assume hypothetically that the answers to those questions were no, and that there is no sensitivity analysis conducted within the IRP process as to stranded asset costs caused by the company meeting its 2050 goal. So with that assumption in mind, I ask you this question. The companies are not in a position to inform the commission of whether or not there's any conflict between the company's reliability requirements on the one hand and the company considering stranded asset costs in its IRP filing on the other.
Mr. Chairman, before Mr. Roberts considers answering that question, I would object on the grounds that, one, he said this is well beyond the scope of his testimony and something that he doesn't know the answer to, and two, the number of assumptions that were presented in the question, I'm not sure it's a question that he could competently address. He said that witnesses Snyder and Santiani, who have addressed these issues already, are the appropriate witnesses, and it just seems like these questions should be addressed to them.
Well, then I've got to be able to tie these two things together, and you know, maybe let me establish a foundation here on what it is that Mr. Roberts believes that witness Santiani and witness Snyder will be able to comment on.
Well, um, I know in this forum, we have so many witnesses that some witnesses are more capable, maybe, of answering some questions than others. But I haven't heard. Just saying that doesn't necessarily mean you can't answer the question. Either you know the answer or you do not. And I don't think I've heard the witness say, "I don't know the answer to this question. Ask another witness." And so, for that reason, at this time, the objection is overruled.
And Mr. Chairman, understood, just to confirm for the record that this is a hypothetical and is not based on Mr. Roberts' knowledge of what's in the IRP, which he stated in the last question that Mr. Spear asked him. Is that the state of the record and the state of the questioning that's being presented? This is all hypothetical?
Well, I mean, whether it's hypothetical or not, I'm sure the court reporter is taking down everything that everyone is saying. I think the core issue is if he can answer the question, he should. If he can't, he needs to say so.
Yes, sir.
The floor is yours, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, could you repeat your last question?
Be happy to. I am asking you to assume for purposes of this question, and we might not actually have to assume, but we're going to go through this litany again on this part. I want you please to assume for purposes of your answer to this question that the company did not conduct a sensitivity analysis in the development of its resource plans relative to stranded asset costs caused by the company needing to meet its net carbon 2050 goal. Is that a clear factual assumption to you?
No, it's not a clear factual assumption to me.
In what way?
I don't have the basis to answer your question.
I'm asking you to assume that that's true, and then I'll ask the follow-up to that. The rules permit me to ask you a hypothetical question, Mr. Roberts. Assuming that that's true, you are not able to inform the commission of whether or not there is any conflict between the company's reliability requirements on the one hand that you've testified to, and on the other hand, the company's consideration of stranded asset costs and its resource plans.
Yeah, I've been specifically addressing the consideration that the commission shall make with respect to our IRPs and in approving our integrated resource plan associated with power supply reliability.
Correct. And in doing so, you're not able to inform the commission if those two things are in conflict.
I don't see the correlation offhand.
Is that a yes?
It's my answer. I don't see the correlation offhand.
You don't see a correlation between reliability requirements and whether or not the company's analyzed, whether or not if there are stranded asset costs and those are represented in the resource plans, that those would be in conflict?
So when you're talking about stranded asset cost, once again, I'm not the person to answer that. That question or hypothetical needs to go to witness Snyder.
Okay, I'm going to let you off the hook here, but I want your understanding of who is able to answer questions with respect to the company's reliability requirements under NERC. A more pointed question, is Mr. Snyder available and competent to answer those questions?
Mr. Snyder could probably answer them, but I'm probably the best one to answer questions with respect to NERC reliability standards and compliance with those standards.
What about witness Santoyani? Is she in a position to comment on the company's NERC reliability requirements?
Probably witness Snyder would be more applicable, but once again, I would be the best witness probably to answer questions about NERC reliability standard compliance.
But you're not able to tell the commission in doing so whether or not the companies conduct a sensitivity analysis on the risk of carbon stranded assets, correct?
You're going to have to put more context around what you're saying with carbon stranded assets.
Have you read Mr. Fitch's report? Have you read Mr.
Yes.
Fitch's report?
Yes, I have.
So we both know his position is that if the company were, or excuse me, if the commission were to adopt the company's base case, that it would leave South Carolina ratepayers with stranded costs associated with having to take gas plants offline prior to their useful life. Or we're on the same page on that, right?
Yeah, and that's witness Fitch's opinion, and he tried to support that with analysis. And based on our review, my review of his analysis, there were a lot of flaws associated with inputs to that analysis. And
okay, so that's what I mean when I'm referring to stranded asset costs. So you asked for a clarification, and I provided the clarification considering that you've read Mr. Fitch's report. So you're here to discuss, in part, the company's NERC reliability requirements, but you are not able to inform the commission of whether or not there's a sensitivity analysis in the company's integrated resource plans relative to stranded asset costs associated with the company meeting its net carbon 2050 goal. Yes or no, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object again. We're assuming that the company, I'm not sure if we're in the hypothetical world again or if we're in the real world, but just to be clear, the company didn't assume there were stranded asset costs in their IRPs, and Mr. Schneider has already testified to that. So I'd object on the grounds that this assumes facts that are not in evidence and they're not reality. So I'll withdraw my objection if this is still a hypothetical, but I don't think the witness is capable of answering based on the way the question has been presented.
I would just ask if a witness does not know the answer to a question, I think the appropriate response is, I don't know. Is that fair?
Sir, he's given that answer twice now, so I'm.
I don't know if I heard him say, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He said, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. He said a lot of things, but I don't think I've heard him say, I don't know. If I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. Do we need to ask the court reporter to read back the last 2 or 3 minutes?
I think we can proceed. I would just like a clarification of whether we are still in a hypothetical or whether this is intended to be based on the company's actual IRP as filed.
Attorney Spear?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, the question as stated is very clear. And with the chairman's permission, I'd ask not to have to repeat it. And I would ask the chairman to have the court reporter read back the last question.
Madam Court Reporter, if you could, read back the last question. Need a break? We'll take, how much time you need? 10-minute break. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back here on docket number 2019-224E and docket 2019-225E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room are Commissioners Caston, Thomas, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Present virtually are Commissioners Irvin and Powers. Before we took a brief recess, the question was asked for the court reporter to read back the last question. Ms. Pastel, if you would, read back the last question that is on the record.
Question. But that's what I mean when I'm referring to stranded asset costs. So you asked for a clarification, and I provided the clarification considering you've read Mr. Fitch's report. So you're here to discuss, in part, the company's NERC reliability requirements, but you're not able to inform the commission of whether or not there's a sensitivity analysis in the company's integrated resource plans relative to stranded asset costs associated with the company meeting its net carbon 2050 goal. Yes or no, please?
Thank you, Ms. Pastel. Mr. Witness?
Yes, I don't know.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Attorney Thompson. Good afternoon, Mr. Roberts.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. Mr. Roberts, going back, seems like quite a long time ago now, when you were responding to some questions from your attorney, Mr. Breitschwert, you talked about discovery. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware that the companies had an opportunity for discovery after the Synapse report was filed with the North Carolina Utilities Commission and in fact availed themselves of that opportunity? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't until recently.
Okay. So am I to understand that none of the responses that were produced by my clients and CCEBA and NC Sustainable Energy Association with regard to the Synapse report have been provided to you?
I have not read any responses from that discovery.
Mr. Breitschwert was also asking you some questions, and I believe you responded to one. In the course of responding to one of those questions, you used the term, or you referred to Ms. Wilson's accelerated coal retirement assumptions. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You understand, though, do you not, Mr. Roberts, that Ms. Wilson and her team at Synapse used Duke's own earliest practical coal retirement assumptions in modeling their alternative portfolio?
Yes, with respect to that portfolio and those particular resources, that is the earliest practical retirement portfolio.
And just to be clear, Duke's earliest practicable retirement scenario, correct?
That is correct.
I'm not gonna, I don't need to show the exhibit. I'm just gonna refer to it. I'm not gonna really talk about it much, but your new exhibit 1, that shows the average capacity factors for the coal fleet, correct?
Yes, so my table, or exhibit 1, reflected Rachel Wilson's table reflecting those annualized capacity factors.
Thank you. So annualized capacity factors. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, and then your new exhibit 2 showed the capacity factors for the combined new coal fleet during a week in January 2018?
Yes, the table 2 reflects a column I added to her table reflecting the capacity factors for the 7-day period from January 2nd through January 8th of 2018 for those same coal units.
And that that week in January 2018 was an unusually cold weather event, correct?
Yeah, it was somewhat similar to 2015 and somewhat similar to 2014.
And it's what I think folks are colloquially referring to as the polar vortex events, right?
Correct.
And that January 2018 week in your new Exhibit 2, that is reflecting capacity factors from one of the highest load weeks in the last decade or more. Would you agree? One of the weeks with the highest loads, excuse me, in the last decade or so.
Yes, but once again, we had similar demand in 2015 and similar demand in 2014. Not quite as high as 2018, with the exception of 2015, which was our all-time peak.
And it sounds like you're actually agreeing with me, but just to make sure we're crystal clear, that January 2018 week that is depicted, or whose effects are depicted in your new Exhibit 2 was an anomalous, unusual event, correct?
It was a cold weather event. I hesitate to say it was anomalous because it could easily happen next winter.
Fair enough. It could happen again, may happen again, but you would at least agree with me that it was an unusually cold week.
Yes.
Now, coal plants were originally designed and built to be baseload resources that run all the time, kind of like nuclear plants do now, correct?
Originally, yes. They were planned to be baseload units.
And once you turn on a coal unit, it takes some time to turn it off, does it not? There's some process you have to go through.
Yes, it takes time to get online. It takes lesser time to take offline.
Okay, so it takes time to turn it on and time to turn it off.
Right.
So would you agree with me that because a coal unit can't be turned on and off as easily as, say, a natural gas CT, the higher capacity factor might be attributable to that non-dispatchability, I'm struggling to find the right word, but might be attributable to the fact that it can't be turned on and off easily.
A lot of the resources that we have on our system had high capacity factors that we, just due to remember the flat load curve I demonstrated, and we had several days in a row of that.
All right, but again, those high capacity factors in your new Exhibit 2 could be attributable to the fact that, or in part, to the fact that those coal units cannot be turned on and turned off easily or quickly.
I'm sorry to answer this with a statement again, but anyway, not necessarily, because with coal units, I can dispatch them down to their minimum and dispatch them back up for the peak to their maximum. So even if they're online, they can have a much lower capacity factor than what's reflected here, even if they're online for that 7 days.
All right, fair enough. Your new Exhibit 2, that's a snapshot of the coal fleet's capacity factors, is it not?
So it reflects a real life week of capacity factor for those coal units, of how they had to perform in order to provide our customers with reliable electric service. If they didn't perform like this, if they would have performed closer to those capacity factors reflected by Ms. Wilson, even just a few of the units, we would have probably had unserved energy during that week.
All right, well, that didn't really answer my question, so let me ask it a different way. Your new exhibit 2 showed the capacity factors for the coal fleet, but it did not show what else was going on the system in terms of other units that were being dispatched to serve load. Correct?
Correct.
And since that, I believe Mr. Burns alluded to this, and I'm going to try not to retread too much ground that he's trodden with you, but bear with me. DEP it did not have the Asheville, the 560 megawatt Asheville combined cycle online at the time of that January 2018 week depicted in your exhibit 2, correct? Your new exhibit 2.
Correct.
And then Duke Energy Carolinas plans to have, pardon me, the new roughly 400 megawatt Lincoln combustion turbines coming online in the next few years. Does it not? 2025 or so?
Subject to check. I think that's correct.
And does it also sound right to you that there's some other near-term additions in the company's short-term action plans, including some modest additions of energy storage?
Subject to check, that's correct. Uprates and additional storage, that sort of thing. Yep.
And are you, just to make sure I'm understanding, are you saying subject to check because you're not really familiar with what's in the short-term action plan?
No, I'm familiar with what current things are being planned for system resources in the near term.
Okay, so just out of an abundance of caution is why you're saying subject to check.
Yes, I want to make sure that it's accurate.
All right, I'm going to move things along. I could pull those pages up. I don't think that's necessary. Those IRPs are already in the record. Duke just commissioned recently had commissioned a winter peak study. You're familiar with that?
Somewhat, yes.
I'm referring to the Tierra Resources Dunsky study, or studies, even plural. That sound right?
Subject to check.
Fair enough. And those studies, will you agree with me, subject to check, identify demand-side solutions to meeting winter peak load?
Yes.
And those studies were not completed in time to be incorporated into the 2020 IRPs, right?
That's my understanding.
But Duke, to its credit, is proceeding to seek approval for some of those programs and solutions. Are you aware of that? Regulatory approval.
I'm not familiar with that at this point in time. No.
Okay. Well, will you accept, subject to check, that Duke has sought and obtained approval for some programs, including a winter focus, bring your own thermostat, and heat pump load control program from the
yes, subject to check.
Commissions. Oh, apologies, didn't mean to talk over you. Would you repeat your answer?
Yes, subject to check.
Thank you. All right. Any coal that retires is going to be, Duke will go through the retirement analysis, and part of that is going to be looking at replacement resources as part of the IRP process, correct?
Correct.
And the additional winter DSM that we just talked about, that is going to reduce or perhaps shift your winter peaks.
That's correct. That's the purpose of the DSM program.
Now, hypothetically, well, let me set this up a little better. You are aware that the Synapse alternative portfolio, the reasonable assumptions portfolio, does include some new wind additions. Are you aware of that?
Yes, 2.5 gigawatts.
And apologies. And if with additional wind on the system, then those wind resources provide generation in hours when solar is not online, like at night, in the mornings.
On average, yes.
Okay. Now the Synapse model, as you understand it did not retire any of Duke's existing gas, correct? It just did not add new gas.
That's my understanding.
All right. Okay, I think we are done with the new material. So let's move on. In your rebuttal, and I know you talked to Mr. Burns, you talked with Mr. Burns about this, but just to lay a foundation for my next few questions, you devote a fair amount of your rebuttal to talking about the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC standards. Do you not?
Correct.
Has any intervener witness suggested that the company should not comply with the NERC standards?
No, I just thought it was odd that none addressed reliability in the NERC reliability standards.
Fair enough. And now you understand, I mean, you are power reliability is in your wheelhouse, correct, Mr. Roberts?
Correct.
And you understand that interveners may not have unlimited resources to retain outside experts to testify on every aspect of an IRP. You understand that, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. Now on page 5 of your rebuttal, and we don't need to, I don't think I need to pull this up, but let me know if you would like me to. You quote from the NERC CEO James Rob's testimony before the U.S. Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources about the role of gas generation.
Yes.
In that testimony, Mr. Rob did not specify that he was talking about new gas capacity, did he?
I don't recall him stating about new gas, but he said into the future, it's going to be needed. It's going to be the resource needed to bridge that gap and to handle the difference between solar peak and actual demand peak. I mean, he made several statements about why natural gas will continue to be needed, and best, but he states in my testimony that it's going to be needed for flexibility. It's going to be needed to fill that gap between solar generation peak and electric load peak, and natural gas generation is best positioned to play that role.
Understood. And
It's
I'm
gonna
not, I'm sorry, Mr. Roberts. I wasn't asking you to read from your testimony or requote it. I think we've all read it and are familiar with it. I just wanted to clarify that Mr. Roberts was, in talking about the role of natural gas, he didn't specifically say that he did not specifically say that new gas capacity was needed, did he?
I would infer that he was implying that whatever natural gas generation that is needed to preserve reliability is needed, and it's needed with respect to integrating more renewables.
Again, I think you still haven't quite answered my question. Will you accept, subject to check, that I have read Mr. Robs' testimony and did not find any specific reference to needing new gas capacity?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay, thank you. And have any of the interveners in this proceeding, to your knowledge, argued that existing gas capacity currently in Duke's fleet should be retired early or before the end of its useful life?
No, I haven't heard the argument.
All right, let's move on. You discussed with Mr. Burns the concept of the lowest reliable operating limit, or LROL. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you also talked to Mr. Burns about the fact that DE progress often has too much solar being injected during the midday load valley and must send it off system using non-firm transmission or curtail the solar output. was from page 17 of your rebuttal. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Let's turn to page 20 of your rebuttal and look at figure 4. And I am going to attempt to share my screen. Oh, goodness. Too many things. Bear with me. Let's see here. Let's see, Mr. Roberts, you probably have that, this figure accessible in your own testimony, but for others, can you all see this on my screen, on the WebEx? Mr. Chairman, is this visible on
Yes,
the?
we can see.
Thank you. Okay. So this figure, your rebuttal figure 4, shows the combined resource stack for deck and depth on January 7th, 2021, does it not?
That's correct.
And when I mouse over, can people see my cursor or the little hand, or is that not visible?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. And this yellow, so this area in yellow is showing levels of, oh, let me ask one clarifying question. Combined, so deck depth resource stack, does that mean that you're assuming that Duke Carolinas and Duke Progress are being dispatched as separate balancing areas the way they normally would be?
I just thought it would be easier to show both on one graph versus 2 graphs and
So
show the total solar.
Okay, so it's combined, but it's still assuming that they're dispatched the normal way as separate balancing areas, or I guess actually there are 3 different balancing areas.
3 different balancing authority areas, that's correct. And
so it's Duke, DEP East, DEP West, and DE Carolinas.
That is correct.
Okay. And so the yellow here is levels of solar in 2021. And then am I reading this correctly that the purple, blue, and orange lines are showing projected levels of solar generation in 2022, 2026, and 2030 respectively?
Correct.
All right. And the shape of those lines reflects the fact that solar output is highest in the kind of mid-afternoon period, right?
That's correct.
So your rebuttal figure 4, if I'm reading it correctly, appears to show the orange line, which is, that orange line is the system load net of the effect of solar, correct?
That's correct.
Is that good? So your figure 4 appears to show that system load net of the effect of solar is not projected to dip below that LROL until 2030. Am I reading that right?
It's just an example to show how LROL gets impacted. That LROL changes daily, and it's based on things like the morning peak magnitude, the evening peak magnitude, reliability must run units, that can affect that LROL line. And so basically the purpose of the LROL line is the operator establishes it and makes sure that they maintain enough regulating generation online in order to handle the evening ramp, the evening peak, and the next morning peak.
Yeah, I think I understood, and thank you for that explanation. Just want to make sure I'm understanding your figure correctly, that the LROL, the orange line doesn't dip below the LROL until 2030. Or the system load net of the effect of solar doesn't dip below the LROL until 2030.
In this graph, that's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna move on. And let's see, Mr. Roberts, you talked about the February ERCOT events in your testimony with Mr. Burns a little while ago. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you acknowledged actually in your pre-filed rebuttal that the ERCOT event was not just an intermittent renewables issue. Is that right?
That's correct. There were many resources that had issues. Yes.
I am going to circulate a cross exhibit, which I'm going to send I'm hitting send right now. I have provided this, this is going to be arriving shortly in everybody's inbox. Coastal Conservation, CCL et al. Roberts Cross Exhibit 1. And I have provided this exhibit in advance to Ms. Elise Wilson via email and FedEx. I've just emailed a copy of the exhibit to you, Mr. Roberts, to your council, or in fact, all council and commission staff. Ms. Westinger Hill, if you could kindly distribute the hard copies of CCL et al. Roberts Cross Exhibit 1 to the commissioners in the hearing, who are in the hearing room. And Madam Court Reporter, I've pre-marked this document for identification as CCL et al. Roberts Cross X1. Mr. Roberts, are you able to receive email at your location?
Let me see.
It's not all flashed on the screen.
I'll have to put in my password.
Oh,
Just a minute.
I can do a screen share. I want to make sure your attorney has had a chance to review it as well.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, let me know if you need a hard copy of it.
Okay, I've got it.
I'm going to do my best to share it. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm going to try to share. Oh, goodness, too many things. Okay, I have to close something on my screen. Let's see if I can get this to work. Sorry, bear with me. Okay. Is CCL et al. Roberts Cross Exhibit 1 visible on the WebEx now? Mr. Roberts, can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Does this exhibit appear to you to be a news article entitled "Big Utilities Pan Texas Push to Curb Renewables Following Freeze"?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to refer to the article. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. And do you see, sorry, I'm going to keep scrolling. Do you see where it says gas plants made up the bulk of the power plants that failed during the blackouts? Are you able to see that?
Yes, I see that.
And is that consistent with your understanding as discussed earlier with Mr. Burns?
Yes.
Scrolling back up, this article refers to a letter sent by Next Era Duke Energy Corp and Southern Company to the governor of Texas, expressing concern about pending bills related to wind and solar farms. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I can probably take this one down. I'm going to stop sharing this one. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. And I'm going to circulate my next cross exhibit. Make sure I've got the right one. Okay. Coming soon to your inbox, Mr. Roberts, is CCL Roberts Cross Exhibit 2. I have provided this exhibit in advance to Ms. Elise Wilson via email and FedEx, and I've just emailed a copy of it to you, to all council, and to commission staff. Ms. Wessinger Hill, could you kindly distribute copies of CCL et al. Roberts Cross Exhibit 2 to the commissioners who are in the hearing room? And Madam Court Reporter, I have pre-marked this document for identification as CCL et al. Roberts Cross Exhibit 2. Mr. Roberts, please let me know, or actually, if your attorney could kindly let me know when he has received and had an opportunity to review this document. Before
I've received it.
a few questions. Okay.
Mr. Roberts, if you need a hard copy, please let me know.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay, I'm gonna attempt to share this one now. Slowly but surely getting the hang of this. Okay. All right. Mr. Roberts, are you able to view on your screen the document that is marked as CCL et al. Roberts Cross-Examination Exhibit 2?
Yes, I can see it.
And have you had a moment to review that?
Yes.
Does it appear to you to be a letter from Next Era, Southern Power Company, and Duke Energy Renewables to the governor of Texas and other Texas elected officials?
Yes, it does.
And Duke Energy Renewables, is that the commercial Duke affiliate that has wind and solar facilities in Texas?
That's correct.
Does this appear to be the letter referenced in the article that we just spoke about that was Roberts Cross Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And in that letter, Duke Energy Renewables expressed concern that wind and solar would be unfairly penalized, I guess is the way I would paraphrase it. Does that sound right to you? By some potential legislation?
Yes.
Right. I'm going to stop sharing that. And move on to my last few questions. Mr. Roberts, you mentioned in your rebuttal the docket that the commission has recently opened at the request of the governor and ORS to explore reliability and grid resilience issues. Docket 2021-66A, do you not?
Yes, I referenced it.
And I'm gonna go ahead and share that directive order on my screen, or share my screen with you. All right, is that visible to you?
Yes.
On your end? Okay. And so in the commission's order in that docket, the commission required the utilities to provide, I'm going to scroll down, to provide certain assessments and information, including, and I'm going to paraphrase here, threats and vulnerabilities to utility service. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And resiliency solutions.
That's correct.
And also best practices and lessons learned.
Yes.
Okay. And I know I'm just highlighting specific things, but those are among the assessments and information items that the commission has asked the utilities to provide. Is that right?
Yes.
So in terms of, I'd just like to talk a little bit about potential resiliency solutions. you would agree with me, Mr. Roberts, that adding additional capacity is not the only solution available to maintain reliability. Is that right?
I think I provided an answer to John Burns' question that there are a lot of things that have to work together on a power system to ensure reliability with respect to electric service to customers.
And so some of those things might, some of those resiliency solutions that the commission is specifically, calling for, of which the commission is calling for an assessment in this order, could include things like upgrades to the transmission grid. Correct?
Subject to check.
Well, let
I mean,
me just ask it.
I thought this was more of an assessment of current state and identified areas for improvement, right?
Well, let's take a look here. Identification of resiliency. There's I guess the first full bullet on the page that I'm sharing currently, identification of resiliency solutions is what I'm thinking about. The plans of the utility to anticipate, prepare for, adapt to, withstand, respond to, and recover quickly from service disruptions. That could include, potential solutions could include upgrades to the transmission grid. Could they not?
Yes. It could include things like upgrades to transmission, distribution, self-healing networks, for example.
You anticipated my next question. Modernizing the distribution grid could be could be one of those solutions, correct?
Yes.
Potentially upgrading the transmission grid to increase import capability.
Yes. I mean, we look at essentially all those things and basically assess what's the best value for the customer with respect to pursuing those types of programs.
And then what about things like improving transmission ties between Duke Carolinas and Duke Progress? Solution. I'm just asking if that's a potential solution.
So today, the only way we would really have to justify that is if someone requested transmission service from Duke Carolinas to Duke Progress. I think that's the direction you mentioned. So if someone requested service in that direction, then we would do transmission studies for that request. And we would identify what upgrades are needed to facilitate fulfilling that transmission service request.
And understood, but just to make sure you've answered my question, that could be a potential solution subject to proper study and analysis. That could be a proper, that could be a resiliency, that could be in the sort of general bucket of resiliency solutions, correct? Potentially.
Potentially. I mean, it would probably require some sort of commission rider or mandate in order to do that.
Fair enough. I'm really just wanting to speak very generally with you about potential resiliency solutions. So just a couple more questions about those. Could something like integrated volt-var control or voltage optimization also be a resiliency solution?
Yes.
And
IBVC could be one of those potential solutions.
And also, finally, how about solutions on the customer side, like demand response?
Demand response programs could be a reliability program. Yes. Could be part of a reliability program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are all the questions I have at this time for Mr. Roberts on his rebuttal and Sir rebuttal.
All right. Office of Regulatory Staff.
Jeff Nelson for the Office of Regulatory Staff. Mr. Chairman, we have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, questions for this witness? Commissioner Caston?
I hate to prolong this, Mr. Roberts, but a few questions if it's okay.
Okay.
This is going back to your, I think, what is this? Going back to page 19 of your rebuttal, just to start on one, I just made some notes when we were at that point. I want to make sure I understand the graphs, what I'm looking at. And were these graphs is this cumulative solar data in the DEP service area?
Yes, sir.
And was that collected from meter data?
This was collected from meters through medium voltage sensors, reclosers, and then transmission connected solar, the T-SCADA reading.
Okay. And what this is showing, or what I believe you're trying to show me in this, is that each one of those graphs represent a day, one of the days from February 9th to February 15th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And the band 0 to 0, I guess, production appears to be about 10 hours, and that's from, I don't know, what is that, about 7 a.m., 8 a.m. to, go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's about 07:45, maybe a little bit later in the morning till close to 1800.
And if I'm looking at the y-axis correctly and trying to line it up with the peaks the best I can from those days, because mine's in black and white, I don't have color right now, but it appears that the peaks or maximum, I guess, production appears to range from about 250 megawatts to about 1,500 megawatts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And over a narrower band that can fluctuate, well, I guess over the 10-hour band from 0 to 0, 0 up to 250 on one day, and then up to 1,500 one day. Okay. Have I understood that graph, that figure correctly?
Yes, sir. The other thing I'd like to point out is the 5 lower curves that go up to 600 megawatts. Those are 5 consecutive days.
Oh. Well, again, mine's in black and white, so I couldn't determine that, but thank you for clarifying that. And I'm trying to go in the order these things were asked of you, I think by your attorney. Looking at, I think, table 2 from Ms. Wilson's table, as I understand it. If I understood you correctly on the average capacity factors listed, and I think this was for, I guess, I don't know if this was different coal units, coal facilities. The 2.6 to 30.5% average capacity factor, was I understanding you to say that those percentages looked at a 365-day period of those units being used? Is that correct?
Yes, it's average annual capacity factors. So yes, average 365-day periods for capacity factors.
And am I correctly understanding that Duke uses the coal facilities primarily for peaking?
Or sustained runs when you have these high demand periods. So yes, they're used more in a turn on when you see a high demand period coming, and then maybe turn off after the high demand period. It depends on what's forecasted in the future.
Okay, so it's not just peaking, but if you have a high demand time and you need a dispatchable unit that can run an extended period of time through the night, if necessary.
Correct.
Or for 5 days or 10 days in a row.
That's correct.
Okay. So what you're telling me that table 2, that I don't know who did this. I don't know if you did this. It says Duke's table. Let's see. Duke screening study. Table 2, average unit capacity factors during operational years, where it looks like the range is, if I'm looking at it correctly, 60% to 100% capacity factor. Is that looking, that's clearly not looking at them running 365 days a year. What are those percentages? Well, you tell me, what are those percentages telling me?
Yes, so that is the capacity factor for that 7-day period. And so the way you would determine that is the actual megawatt hours that that unit produced in that 7 days divided by 7 times 24 to represent the hours in that period times the rating of the unit. So for example, Mayo, and this is summer rating, we used winter ratings to determine this since it was winter season, but it'd be that 727 number for Mayo would be what you would multiply times 24 times 7 is the denominator. The numerator, once again, would be the actual megawatt hours it produced in that 7-day period.
Okay, so I think I understand this then. So you're saying Ms. Wilson's table looks at the units operating over a 365-day period, and this looks at the capacity factor of running a week during the cold period or during that time frame when needed. Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct, Commissioner. What it's pointing out is that these units were needed to be able to run almost near full output for every hour of the day, 7 days during this period in order to reliably serve our customers.
Okay. Now, looking at the next graph, I think I can't remember who asked you this, to be honest, it's been so long now. Comparison of real versus R. Wilson winter load shape. It's been so long, I got to remember what my questions was. I've got down here, how was this curve plotted? Oh, I know what it is. The x-axis you have here, is this days or is that 24 hours? What am I looking at? Is this a plot
it's
of a
24 hours?
24 hours, okay, makes sense. So are you saying the blue line is a real plot of the I guess the real load that was generated to meet a particular demand during that 24-hour period?
That's correct. That blue or top plot represents the actual customer demand for each of those hours for 24 hours on January 5th, 2018. That was the actual load served. And once again, if you put the other curves for that 7-day period on top of this one, they're very close to each other. And if you look at January 7th, 2014, high peak load day, the shape's the same. If you look at February 20th, 2015, another high demand cold weather day, the shape's the same. No shape, cold weather shape that I plotted looks anywhere close to, and I've never seen a curve that shape as Miss Wilson's January 2030 shape.
Understand. And on your x-axis again, the 1 to 24, is the one midnight? I mean, what's your starting point? Midnight to midnight the next day?
Yeah, so that represents our ending one, so that would be midnight to 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And you get to that one tick on the x-axis.
So the high points, the peaks, are pretty much when I guess intuitively you would expect them to. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Almost through. The graph you gave us, let's see, Duke Energy Progress ECPLE, electricity generation by energy source, February 8th, 2021 to February 16th, 2021 Eastern Time. Are these, or what I'm seeing here, I think the top line is nuclear, and it shows probably, what is that, about 3,500 megawatts to 3,800 megawatts of, looks like fairly stable generation.
That's correct.
And these are real numbers plotted into these graphs, either through, however you do it, some SCADA system or whatever. Is that true or false?
That's correct. It's data sent to Energy Information Administration that they have plotted for each resource type.
All right, so I want to make sure I understand that. Are these through some kind of smart meter system, some kind of SCADA system, or is this just data that's input by someone?
This data is obtained through our PI data system, which is mainly an offset from our SCADA data. And then that data set is sent to Energy Information Administration on a periodic basis, a certain frequency, and then they plot it.
Okay. So what I'm assuming you're trying to show here is I guess that's a dark brown line. Is that the coal?
Yes, the dark brown line is the coal.
All right, so he's showing it jumping up, being fairly stable from, I don't know, midway through February 11th through the 16th or later, and then where you hit peaks prior to February 8th to February 12th, somewhere in there. And then the gas is the other line. And then again, the yellow, I think that's yellow. Is that the solar you said?
That's correct.
And those plots are from the same as this other graph, the SCADA type data, meter type data, not manipulated or.
That's correct.
This is real time data compared against energy sources, other energy sources.
That's correct. That's correct, sir. that same solar output during that period is the same solar output that's reflected in my testimony figure 2 that you were referring to earlier.
Oh, okay. So what I'm looking at figure 2 are the plots on the graph we were just talking about.
That's correct.
Okay. So real-time data, and that's what I really wanted to know, make sure I understood the graphs. And I'm pretty sure I had some other questions, but I just don't remember what they were. I'm tired, and I suspect you are, so no more from me.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, it's good to be talking with someone that is actually involved in keeping the lights on 24/7, 365. Appreciate that. And I just basically have one question. So has anything come to mind while going through this process, this proceeding, that would cause you to need or want to modify your portion of the integrated resource plan?
No. I think as far as the transmission piece goes, as far as the proposed portfolios, you know, some are, you know, more risky than others, but accomplish other things. There's nothing that I would change associated with the IRP.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other questions from commissioners? Sir, I have one question for you, and I hope I can answer in a way that you can understand it. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not confused, or just really get a better understanding of why you created DEC DEP Roberts Direct Exhibit 2. You added the capacity factor from January 2nd, 2018 through January 8th, 2018, as compared to the average capacity factor listed on that report. Do you remember the document I'm referring to?
Yes, you're talking about table 2.
Yes, sir. That's it.
The 6th column.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. Chair Williams, the reason I added that last column was to show that you can't replace these coal-fired resources with other resources that can't perform this same intended function. If you replaced them with resources that were energy limited or couldn't operate for 7 days in a row at their full capacity output, they cannot replace these coal units, because this winter week is going to come again, and it's going to come again, and we've got to have adequate resources for that power supply reliability, as mentioned in Act 62.
So do you think the author of this report does not know that?
I did not have what I consider to be adequate time to thoroughly assess the model inputs, the assumptions, etc. These were some things that just stood out to me.
Mm-hmm.
And so similar to that load curve, I've never seen a load curve like that in my life on our systems. And so I have a lot of questions about this report, and question its validity, and also the portfolio that's established its ability to maintain power system reliability. I have a lot of questions about it. And based on my system operations experience, I don't see how we could ensure power system reliability with this portfolio.
Understood. Now, again, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. You're not saying that the report is wrong or misleading, are you? I'm talking about table.
I'm saying that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Wait. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, I interrupted you. Go right ahead.
Anyway, I just think some of the inputs and assumptions are incorrect and need to be rethought, and especially how this load curve was determined. That just looks ironic. And also the conclusion of being able to replace a coal unit with its capabilities and its demonstrated capabilities, like in this week in 2018, with just batteries and storage, you could probably do it, but you're not going to like the price tag, because you're going to have to install so much renewable resource to, make sure that on low capacity factor days, low wind days, that you've got enough energy to store to make sure you can meet that peak demand. And granted, the remaining gas is there, the hydro is there, the nuclear is there. But on that week like 2018, you're going to have make sure that that incremental energy is available to store to make those batteries useful.
Right. I don't disagree with that. I guess I'm really struggling to understand why. I mean, we know it gets cold in South Carolina. I mean, how cold? I don't keep track of it, but it gets cold enough to make you want to turn your heat up as high as you can afford it. And I'm just trying to figure out why that cold weekend, why did you have to point that out? Why did you have to point out that cold weekend in 2018? Because the percentages are so different. I mean, it's shocking if I'm understanding the charts correctly.
I think that's why I have confidence in our IRP portfolios. I have confidence in our IRP portfolios because, we collaborate and we communicate. And so, like Witness Snyder, he knows this week happened. The people on the fuel side, they know this week happened. Even the people in the all the other groups associated with input to this IRP, they know this week happened. And they know that whatever portfolio they come up with, they have to ensure that it can handle a week like this week in 2018. And that it can provide for power supply reliability. I think that's why Act 62 includes that, and I'm glad it includes that as a major consideration that the commission has to look at with respect to approving IRPs. But I'm not sure why the Synapse input didn't capture that properly, especially with respect to that load shape. I mean, if you look, it captured the peak correctly. It's just the load shape is nowhere close.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Any other question from my colleagues? Commissioner Caston.
To build on what Commissioner Chairman Williams said, and I want to make sure I understand this. I think, based on his question, it kind of got me thinking, okay, I think this is what, let me just go through it. Relative to those tables, the one that showed the 2.6% capacity to the 30.5% capacity, I think, if I'm understanding that correctly now, that's simply showing how much capacity of those plants have been used over a 365-day period, correct?
On average, that's correct.
On average.
Yes.
And I had a similar question that Chairman Williams did. That week, January 2nd to January 8th, if there were another colder week or another period of time that required dispatchable energy that could be used over a period of time, this would still be the same in essence. Is that, I don't mean the same percentages necessarily, but
If we had another week like this one, next winter, I think you would see the same capacity factors associated with the same units. Maybe even higher.
all right, so was what the graphs that you showed on the Duke Energy Progress ECPL, the one that, you know, had the nuclear at the top and all of that, is that what all this in essence is showing when it comes to, well, I guess nuclear being just kind of the steady eddy, you know, meeting the steady load demands, and the gas and the coal meeting demands as needed for the period of time as needed. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's showing that you have a resource such that if you need it to stay at a high level for a several day period, that's what this resource can do. That's its capability. And so if you replace this resource and you need that same firm dispatchable capability again to stay at that high level for multiple days, you have to ensure that resource can perform that way. I think that's what I'm trying to point out with this information.
So this February 8th to February 16th, where you have all those graphs on it, you're showing the real, I guess, real-time data of all of the energy sources, including solar, what happened, how they responded during that time period, all things equal, correct?
That's correct. This same period overlaps the ERCOT event. And so during that same period, you know, it led up to February 15th where they started having rotating outages. So, you know, just wanted to show correlation between that ERCOT event and what happened on the Duke Energy Progress D system. But you did have colder air move into, it wasn't extreme cold, but it was colder air that moved into the area. And you can see that coal was able to run at a high level for extended period of time to serve that demand.
Well, and I'm not sure, I'm certainly not trying to answer anything from Chairman Williams, but, you know, he mentioned the January 2nd through January 8th, and down here you use February 8th through February 16th. And what, I must have missed that. Now explain again why the difference. Why did you use January 2nd through January 8th on that, February 8th
Right.
through February 16th on this?
I was just showing two different periods where we were requiring coal to operate at a high level for an extended period. One period in January 1st, the extreme cold weather period, which is January 2nd through January 8th of 2018, and then some cold weather from February 8th through, February the 12th or 11th through February 16th of 2021.
Okay, I understand that. That makes sense. But all things said and done, if like from this February 8th to February 16th, if the average unit capacity or that capacity factor, those percentages were used for this time period, since you kind of got it graphed out, would that have not maybe, I don't know, just been a little more uniform?
Yes, I agree with you, and I'm sorry I didn't plot out or put in a table the capacity factors of the coal units during this period. But as you can see, that it was a fairly flat line, so they were close to or near full load for that entire period. For about a 4.5 day period.
If you had used February 8th through the 16th, and if you're speculating, I don't want you to guess, would the percentages, I guess, average unit capacity or the capacity factor, would they be similar?
For the DEP East coal units as represented by this chart, based on that line, it looks like they would have been similar.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking at the same chart with January of 2018 and that right-hand column. And the way I kind of look at that is that this is one of those days that it was so cold that you kind of had to get into, I guess, what we've been calling the reserve margin. And so basically you had to run these things long and hard for about a week because it was so cold. And you still had 3 of the units that were in the 60% range, so they could have been ramped up a little bit more if you really needed to. But I mean, is that a reasonable way to look at it? These are assets that make up part of that reserve margin, and you had to get into them during this cold weather?
Yes, that's a very fair way to look at it, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Caston.
Not a question, just a comment. I'm embarrassed that it took an accountant to figure that out, and the engineer here was struggling with that. But thank you, Commissioner Thomas.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roberts, thank you for being with us today. You've provided us a lot of information to ponder and review. One thing I'd be interested in, maybe you talked about it and I didn't pick up on it, but have you run the statistical probability of a January 2018 event reoccurring over a 10-year period? And if so, what would the result?
No, sir, I'll leave that to the load forecasting group.
Okay. Well, you must have talked with them about that, or you must have some conversations along in terms of, your work, right?
As far as system operations go, we know if it happened as recently as 2018, then it will probably happen again. Give you an example.
Go ahead.
The January 2014 polar vortex, there was probably about 8-9 year period where we had mild winters before we had that polar vortex. And but that was quite a challenge to be able to operate the system reliably through that polar vortex period. And we had cold weather that extended into March that quarter in 2014.
And we all understand the importance of having a reliable system that can respond to those unusual events. I guess my concern is in terms of long-term planning, a diversified portfolio, don't we have to look at the cost of a new gas-fired plant in terms of its longevity? What's the average useful life of a gas-fired facility in your system?
I don't know what the depreciable life is or the asset accounting rules are associated with the life of a CT. But what I do know is that when we have a week like 2018, I need resources that can provide the energy to serve all that customer demand under the curve. And I think you were talking about it the other day. If I've got a DSM tool that can move that peak down or shift some of that energy from peak to lower load times, that's great. I'll use it. We do use it. We have them, and we have used them in winter peaks. But nonetheless, wherever it moves that curve to, I've got to be able to reliably serve the energy under that curve. Else, somebody is not going to have electricity.
I understand.
That's not an option.
Yeah, I understand that and recognize that. I guess my question is, don't we also have to assume, for the purposes of your principal position, that we're not going to make any progress on time of use rates, demand side management, energy efficiency? We just setting that aside and say we're not going to make any progress between now and 15 years from now. Should we make that assumption?
No, sir. There's a group in Duke Energy that is looking at those programs continuously. And from what I've heard of the plan, it's a pretty aggressive plan. So I mean, we're looking at implementing some of those programs to achieve more DSM and energy efficiency.
And we also aren't considering the fact that technology is going to bring us a better solar array. It's going to most likely be cheaper, more efficient. I mentioned this to another witness. I don't believe I mentioned it to you, but there's a company in Great Britain called Oxford PV, and they say that they've come up with an alternate panel that's about 30% more, efficiency rating as opposed to the ones now that are, I think, in the mid-20s, and it's cheaper. And so we haven't even considered the fact that technology is going to help us meet the need going forward, right?
Yes, sir. There are a lot of technology changes occurring, and one that we've got to keep up with is how customer electrification is going to change our load in the future. But you're right, on the resource side, there are a lot of technologies we've got to follow as well.
So I guess my point is there are a lot of moving parts, right? To be fair.
Yes, sir.
And we just have to do the best we can to do a fair assessment. But the good news is this IRP is not in stone. We're going to look at it every year and take a hard look every 3 years or so that we can capture changes as they take place. Would that be fair?
Yes, sir. That is fair.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
All right. Any more questions for this witness from commissioners? Commissioner Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really one question, and I've been kind of grappling with this thing throughout, that we're really using statistics for 2 states. During January of 18, January 2nd, January 8th, and then 2021, February, the dates that you have, was it colder in North Carolina or South Carolina?
I believe it was colder in North Carolina. I would have subject to check.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Powers. Any redirect?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, if I might, yourself, Commissioner Caston, as well as Commissioner Thomas, asked a few questions of Mr. Roberts about some of the direct exhibits that we walked through. And I think Mr. Roberts was able to answer all your questions, but I just want to clarify the record on 1 or 2 points. So, Mr. Roberts, do you see my screen here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do you recall very early on this afternoon, we had a discussion about the synapse report, and this was the table 2 of the synapse report that we started with? Is that your recollection,
yes,
understanding what I presented here?
Yes.
And so your issue, I think you've established with the commissioners that this average capacity factor in this column here is accurate to the best of your knowledge, subject to check. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it's an annualized number, and so this is the usage of these coal units in the company's fleet during the year that's been evaluated here. Is that your understanding?
That's correct. It says for during operational years. That's correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, Goodwin Thompson, with CCL et al. I didn't hear a reference to any specific commissioner question or cross question that Mr. Breitschwert was seeking to redirect his witness on. So I would object on that basis.
Mr. Chairman, yourself, Commissioner Caston, and Commissioner Thomas all had questions about this table, as well as the table 2 that was Mr. Roberts' direct exhibit 2 that was part of the consolidated exhibit for about 10 minutes in the last 15 minutes or so. So I'm just have a few questions to clarify what this represents versus what the table 2 represents, and to clear that up. And I'm a little at a loss because I think there's been extensive discussion about this in the last 10 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just renew my objection. If Mr. Breitschwert would like to refer to specific questions that he heard from commissioners, or Mr. Roberts' testimony in response to commission questions, that's fine, but I don't think permitting him to just do an entire new direct examination is proper.
Attorney Thompson, I appreciate your objection, and I know it's late, and I may not be as attentive as I was at 9 o'clock this morning, but I don't think he started asking questions yet.
Well, maybe that's the problem I'm having. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll wait till I hear a question.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Roberts, do you recall a discussion with Commissioner Caston about the Synapse report and whether or actually, I think I should probably refer to Chairman Williams' questions about whether information in the Synapse report was misleading. Do you recall that questions from the chairman?
Yes, I do.
And so you had a conversation with him about the average annualized capacity factors presented in this table 2. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the evidence that you were trying to articulate here was not that these average capacity factors were misleading, but that they didn't tell the full story about the importance of dispatchable, reliable generation when the company needs it? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
And so your point in bringing up this report was to highlight that it wasn't the poor performance of the company's coal fleet as alleged by the Synapse report, but actually the way the company has run the system in recent years?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you don't, it's not your position that the capacity factors presented in the Synapse report were inaccurate. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And then, sir, in response to some questioning from Commissioner Caston, there was a discussion about this average, and I'm referencing you now to the modified table 2 that you developed as part of your direct testimony, discussion about the annualized average capacity factor versus the capacity factor during what I would call an extreme cold weather week from 2018. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do.
And you were not suggesting that the data here was inaccurate. You were just making a different point. Is that correct?
Yes, that data is from energy accounting data, and it's accurate.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little late in my objection, but Mr. Breitschwert is asking some rather leading questions. I would just ask Mr. Chairman that he be instructed to rephrase his question so he's not leading his witness.
Sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question, I believe. You heard from Ms. Thompson about the Rob report, the testimony of Mr. Rob, the NERC CEO, to Congress. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's a fairly extensive report that you referenced in your testimony. And she asked if you recalled whether Mr. Rob addressed the need for new natural gas fired generation versus existing natural gas fired generation. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I will refer you, sir, to this is page 38 of your direct testimony. Could you just read the last few sentences of this quote starting on line 11, please, for me?
Yes. Traditional baseload generation plants are retiring, while significant amounts of new natural gas and variable generation resources are being developed. During this transition, natural gas generation is becoming more critical to provide both bulk energy and balancing energy to support integration of variable resources.
Thank you. No further redirect, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask for a second to review? This is Taylor Spear of Vote Solar. I was not expecting to reopen the direct examination. Essentially, what I view of it was of Mr. Roberts. And if I may have a moment to look over my notes to make sure that I don't have any recross after the redirect. And I am going to ask a question, if it's permissible to the commission.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, you have read Mr. Rob's testimony in total, have you not?
Yes, I have.
You would be able to identify for the commission a printout of the actual testimony. Could you do that?
Yes, I have a copy of it.
And I'll refer the witness, the commission, and court reporter to Vote Solar Cross Exhibit 11. Mr. Roberts, do you see Vote Solar Cross Exhibit 11?
I do not.
Oh, I haven't pulled it up on my screen. I should have asked. Do you have copies of that? For some reason, I thought that you were shifting through.
I have a copy of the testimony. I don't have Cross Exhibit 11.
Okay, so that's fine. I'll pull it up on my screen here.
And Mr. Roberts, for the record, it is Mr. Rob's testimony. That is Vote Solar Cross Exhibit 11. I'd be happy to provide you a hard copy if you need it.
I've got it.
You have Vote Solar, you have a copy of the testimony, but you don't have Vote Solar Cross Exhibit 11, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, I'll just pull up on the screen. Mr. Roberts, based on the cover page that you may be able to see there, do you understand that to be Mr. Rob's testimony to the United States Senate on March 11th, 2021?
Yes.
And I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll scroll through that just a little bit. That's all look familiar to you as a copy of the testimony in the report, correct?
Yes.
Vote Solar, Mr. Chairman, moves Vote Solar Cross Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Vote Solar Cross Exhibit 11 will be marked and entered into evidence as hearing Exhibit 34 or 33. I'm sorry. Hearing Exhibit 33.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. That concludes our recross. Thank you.
All right. Attorney Thompson, you referenced some documents in your cross. Did you want those entered into the record?
Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Chairman. I would move that CCL et al. Roberts cross-examination Exhibit 1 and cross-examination Exhibit 2 be entered into the record as the appropriately numbered hearing exhibits.
CCL cross-examination exhibits 1 and 2 will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 34.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. I don't think, is there anything else for this witness? All right, sir, you may step down from the witness stand.
Thank you.
All right. Companies, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The companies would call back to the stand Mr. Bach, Mr. Brian Bach. At least that's my intent. There you are.
I'm here.
I understand Mr. Bach has been sworn in, but I'll defer to you, Mr. Chairman.
No, you're absolutely right. Mr. Bach, you're still on the oath. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bach, would you please state your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Brian Bach.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services, LLC, as manager of DSM Analytics.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 20 pages of pre-filed rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you the same questions that were asked in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask at this time that Mr. Bach's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Bach's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bach, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 3 exhibits that were attached to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those pre-filed exhibits at this time?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that those pre-filed rebuttal exhibits belonging to Mr. Bach be entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Bach's pre-filed rebuttal exhibits will be marked as a composite exhibit and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 35.
Thank you, sir. We'll move into Mr. Bach's rebuttal testimony summary. Mr. Bach, first, why is it important that we get the EEDSM piece of the IRP puzzle right?
The EEDSM market potential studies, inputs, and assumptions have a direct connection to the company's system planning. EE-based demand and energy savings are treated as a reduction to the load forecast, and DSM resource options contribute to the company's generation capacity. So for these reasons, the study must reflect evidence-based energy and demand reduction potential rather than serve as a brainstorming exercise for program design or measures that may or may not have any applicability to the company's service territory. Playing fast and loose with the inputs to the market potential study would directly compromise the accuracy and soundness of the IRPs and thus potentially the reliability of the system. DEC and DEP have offered their customers industry-leading EE and DSM programs for years, providing comprehensive suites of measures that provide robust energy savings. The companies look forward to building upon the success and updating its EE DSM market potentials as appropriate in future IRP proceedings.
Thank you. When Mr. Gravatt was asked in discovery to provide, or his clients were asked in discovery to provide specific emerging technologies and data that could be incorporated into the EEDSM savings analysis, what was provided?
There were no specific measures provided to the parties. Rather there was identify specific gaps in the study. Mr. Gravatt provided web links to lists of experimental measures being reviewed in other states, which really had no identifiable link to the company's service territory. And pursuant to the commission-approved EEDSM mechanism, measures that we use and are made available in the state must be A, commercially available and sufficiently mature, B, applicable to the DEC and DEP service area demographics and climate, and C, feasible for a utility EEDSM program. So these very reasonable requirements militate against inflating forecasted EEDSM savings based on vague recommendations that very likely have no application to the companies.
Why is it important that the elements of the IRP, such as the EEDSM savings potential, be grounded in reality?
Well, to reliably serve customers, the utility must be prudent in planning its system, as has been discussed in prior testimony today. At the end of the day, the utility and the commission are the ones with the unique responsibility of ensuring that the inputs and assumptions are accurate and sound, because they have to ensure that the electric system has been planned well and is prepared to serve customer needs now and in the future. Any overstatement of the utility's EE or DSM savings, for example, relying upon technologies or market trends that are still unknown, could directly result in the load forecast on the EE side, or will directly impact load forecast on the EE side and available generation on the DSM side, resulting in compromised ability to meet customer load.
Thank you. And what are the companies doing to maximize their EE and DSM potential?
The companies continually devote substantial investment and resources into energy efficiency and demand-side management programs, including the recently commissioned winter peak assessment that's been discussed already today, which was completed by Dunsky Engineering Consulting and Tierra Resource Consultants. Additionally, companies hired expert consultant Nexon to conduct and complete the EEDSM market potential study.
What else are the companies doing related to EE and DSM?
The companies also leverage a robust EEDSM stakeholder engagement forum referred to as the collaborative. And the companies have EEDSM proceedings at the commission in which there are diverse participants. The collaborative and those substantive dockets are the appropriate forums to advance new programs and new ideas for measures, not within the IRP proceedings, which are related exclusively to resource planning.
Mr. Gravatt compared DEC and DEP to other utilities to suggest that our market potential study underestimates the potential energy efficiency and demand-side management savings in the company's territories. How do you respond to that?
Well, the company's EEDSM programs are very well regarded, and their long-term, ongoing, and consistent efforts, particularly as compared to other utilities, have garnered praise from environmental advocates for years. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy in particular, one of Mr. Gravatt's clients, has praised the company's EEDSM programs in each of the past years since 2017. Indeed, it is because of these efforts and resulting success that one should not rush to inflate additional EEDSM savings potential. The evaluation potential should instead be based on the evidence-based and analytical.
Are there other risks or challenges to energy efficiency or demand-side management savings potential?
Yes, one of the major challenges that Mr. Gravatt overlooks or dismisses are tightening efficiency codes and standards, which narrow the incremental savings that the companies can achieve. As one example, if the new federal administration were to tighten efficiency standards for heat pumps, a new baseline, similar to as was discussed by Mr. Herndon earlier today, new baseline will be established for that technology. The company's opportunity to cost effectively increase customer savings beyond that new higher baseline will be reduced or eliminated altogether. And recall that the IRP planning horizon is 15 years, so tightening of efficiency standards is very likely within that time period.
Excuse me, Attorney Wellborn. I appreciate Mr. Bach's speed and deliberate nature in providing testimony. But if he would slow down just a little bit in deference to our court reporter.
Will do, Chairman.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I was afraid you're going to ask us to skip ahead, which we can oblige on that too, but we'll continue on. Mr. Bach, what do you make of Mr. Gravatt's assertion that the market potential study failed to include his list of 19 omitted measures?
Well, of the 19 omitted measures suggested by Mr. Gravatt, 18 were actually accounted for in the market potential study. The one measure that was not accounted for is a gas measure that has no application in these proceedings. How the market potential study accounted for these measures is explained in more detail in Mr. Herndon's testimony.
Thank you. If another party or Mr. Gravatt's clients, for example, wanted to propose a new EE or DSM program or measure for implementation, how could they go about doing that?
Sure, yeah. Mr. Gravatt and his clients are active participants in the company's EEDSM collaborative. And so they have a continuous forum for providing input and feedback on the company's program offerings, including proposing new measures or programs. And these resource planning proceedings, however, are not the appropriate forum for brainstorming or proposing new strategies or new program ideas.
Mr. Gravatt also stated that the market potential study should have accounted for new or enhanced customer engagement strategies. How do you respond to that?
Again, I feel this critique is off base, as the company's commitment to enhance their program engagement strategies was recently recognized in Southern Alliance for Clean Energy's Energy Efficiency in the Southeast report. which stated, and I'll quote, more than any other Southeast utility, Duke's utilities in the Carolinas are perpetually developing new programs and ways to enhance program delivery, unquote. Further, Nexen incorporated anticipated changes to program delivery channels and performance improvements. And lastly, the environmental parties have, again, that constantly available forum through the EEDSM Collaborative to monitor program enhancement strategies and suggest improvements. So if Mr. Gravatt's clients actually have program recommendations, the collaborative is a forum to provide those, not within the IRP proceeding.
What's your response to Mr. Gravatt's recommendation that the 2020 IRPs be revised to reflect his recommendations?
Well, first, as explained in my rebuttal testimony and in Mr. Herndon's rebuttal testimony, Mr. Gravatt's recommendations are generally vague, flawed, and should not be relied upon in the IRP context. The companies do, however, periodically update their market potential study and intend to include in the next version of the study any program or program enhancements that may come from the winter peak assessment or any changes in customer adoption rates that may come from the recently approved change from total resource cost test to the utility cost test. And because the market potential study, like the IRP, is a snapshot in time, going back and revising the market potential study to account for changes that occurred after its completion would make little sense and would only result in added cost to customers.
Mr. Gravatt stated that market acceptance is a driver of lower measure costs, and he cited LED lighting as an example. What's your opinion regarding market acceptance of energy efficiency measures?
Well, as a measure becomes more mainstream, like LED lighting, adoption incentives become less necessary and also unnecessarily costly to drive customer behavior. Instead, the customer would then be motivated to adopt the measures without the need for the incentive, meaning that if the utility continues to offer incentives to customers, this just drives up the cost for all utility customers without causing an incremental energy savings benefit. Again, that's what we would refer to as free ridership, a customer who takes the incentive without when they would have done the measure anyway. So while it's true that market acceptance may be associated with lower measure costs, it also corresponds with decreasing effectiveness as a utility energy efficiency program.
If that's the case, where should or how does the IRP account for these savings?
Well, efficiency savings obtained through widespread adoption of mainstream efficiency measures, whether it's due to increased government codes and standards or by customer adoption independent of our utility energy efficiency programs, those savings are already accounted for as naturally occurring energy efficiency within the load forecast, which is relied upon in the IRP. So double counting these by putting them also into the utility EE forecast, double counting these savings would potentially inappropriately inflate the anticipated savings of EE.
Do you have any final response to Mr. Gravatt's pre-filed testimony that he provided?
Yes, just to summarize it, that the company and the commission are charged with keeping the lights on and inflating energy efficiency or demand side management projections as proposed in Mr. Gravatt's direct testimony could impair the utility's ability to meet customer load. And for these reasons, we, the companies and the commission, have a duty to ensure that the inputs and assumptions driving the market potential study are sound and well supported by verifiable data in order to maintain the IRP's value as a system planning document.
ORS witness Anthony Sandonato recommended that the companies provide additional justification for deriving their low EEDSM forecast. What factors would be relevant to a low energy efficiency outcome?
Well, I understand ORS's critique and do agree that that it does make sense to address a more detailed analysis of a low energy efficiency and DSM case with stakeholders during our next IRP development. There are challenges to the company's energy efficiency assumptions that could, warrant a more precise development of that forecast. So, for example, as we've already discussed, it's possible, if not foreseeable, that the new federal administration could implement new codes and standards requiring greater minimum efficiencies for certain consumer or commercial products. So if that occurs, that new baseline would be established, and then the company's anticipated incremental savings beyond that baseline would have to be revised downward. And then those resulting savings from that code and standard change would again be reflected in the load forecast. Also, other economic conditions or unexpected market changes, like those resulting from a pandemic resurgence or a novel pandemic, certainly can impact our ability to execute our EEDSM program delivery. So doing a more detailed and more specific type of analysis to derive that low case, I do think that is reasonable, and we intend to do that in the upcoming IRP update.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Roberts did, we will, if I have your permission to do so, we'll present a brief response to Sir rebuttal testimony.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bach, are you aware of the Sir rebuttal testimony of Rachel Wilson filed on April 15th, 2021 on behalf of Carolinas Clean Energy Business Association, Natural Resources Defense Council, Sierra Club, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, Coastal Conservation League, and Upstate Forever?
Yes, I am.
Have you reviewed the Associated Synapse report referenced in Ms. Wilson's Sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I haven't had an opportunity to thoroughly review or perform a detailed evaluation of the reported testimony or the assumptions relied upon by them, but I have read the report.
Has that impacted your ability to analyze the Synapse report or Ms. Wilson's testimony?
Well, the fact that the report was filed only 2 weeks ago in Sir rebuttal, yes, it has impeded my ability to thoroughly review and assess it before this hearing.
The Synapse report assumes that Duke energy companies can ramp up their energy efficiency programs to 1.5% of retail sales. What is your reaction to this assumption?
Well, according to the report, the basis for these savings assumptions were because Massachusetts and Rhode Island have in the past achieved savings ranging from 2 to 3%. But it's not at all clear how these very high-level comparisons are reasonable, nor why they are more reasonable than the primary research conducted by our outside expert Nexent as part of the market potential study, as well as our 5-year program plan developed through our company data and program managers.
Are there other aspects of the savings assumptions within that report with which you take issue?
I do. The states relied upon in the Synapse report are very different from DEC and DEP service territory, and significant factors that are relevant to energy efficiency adoption, including climate, age and type of housing stock, fuel types for space and water heat, as well as other energy end uses, retail energy prices, avoided energy costs, and average use per retail customer. Very impactful in determining energy efficiency potential. And further, figure 8 of the Synapse report even shows that savings as a percent of sales is declining for those two-sided states in recent years, indicating that even in those states, they may not be able to sustain these high levels of savings over time, particularly as evolving codes and standards continue to raise the baseline efficiency against which utility savings are measured.
Thank you. The Synapse report relies upon a 2020 report from ACEEE. Have you seen that report?
Yes, I have.
And that report, tell us more about that report.
The ACEEE report that relied upon by Synapse, it names Duke Energy as a leader in energy efficiency programs in the Southeast region. And further, the report, as I read it, identifies the primary barriers to achieving higher levels of EE savings in the future to be primarily legislative or procedural, and thus not within the control of Duke Energy. In contrast to the Synapse report, the Nexent market potential study used as the basis for the DEC and DEP forecast is a systematic, evidence-based analysis of known, supportable, and quantifiable energy and demand savings that are actually relevant to the DEC and DEP service territories.
The Synapse report also assumed that cost per kilowatt hour saved remains constant through 2035. How do you respond to that?
I see this as a faulty assumption in that there's material differences between historical periods in energy efficiency and future potential costs. Much of the success of EEDSM in the previous 10 years has been driven by advancements in energy efficient lighting through CFLs and LEDs, both of which produced high effective savings at a low cost. And the majority of those lighting savings are no longer available moving forward. And the remaining opportunities to drive similarly large savings impacts are projected to cost significantly more.
Thank you. The Synapse report relies upon a 9.6% savings level by 2035. Is that a reasonable energy efficiency assumption, in your opinion?
No, in reading through the ACEEE report that Synapse relied upon in making their assumption, That report actually only assumes a 3.6% level of savings by 2040 from the utility energy efficiency programs in the absence of significant changes in government policy. So it's unclear to me how or why they nearly tripled that savings level by 2035.
Thank you. And what are your final thoughts on the Synapse report?
I recognize again that I have not had adequate opportunity to fully evaluate the report. It appears that energy efficiency assumptions that it relies upon are completely dependent upon significant legislative and policy changes that are speculative and may never come to fruition. For that reason, I feel it has very limited, if any, value as part of this resource planning proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bach is now available for questions from council and from the commission.
Thank you, sir. Carolina's Clean Energy Business Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is John Burns for CCBA. I just have a very quick couple of questions for Mr. Bach. Mr. Bach, you testified in your rebuttal just a moment ago that you only received the Synapse report on April 15th, and therefore you were not able to adequately review it in order to give full testimony. Is that right?
I have seen the report prior to that. However, given that it was not presented in this proceeding until April 15th, I had not read it in a detailed level. I basically just gave it a cursory read upon first seeing it, and did not have time to then start a discovery process, given the late filing in this rebuttal.
You are aware that it was served upon Duke Energy in the North Carolina proceedings on March 1st?
I am.
Okay, and you are aware that Duke conducted substantial discovery throughout March and early April on the Synapse report by posing questions to the interveners and asking us to answer them? You're aware of that?
I'm aware that other parties within the company have done that. I was not a part of any discovery. I haven't been asked to do any assessment of further assessment of the document.
So the problem then is not that it was served, that it was filed on April 15th and you didn't have a chance. It's that your counsel did not make it available to you to prepare you for your testimony prior to April 15th. Is that right?
Well, given that it was not presented as part of the South Carolina hearing, I didn't see that there was a reason that we would go into a detailed analysis on that prior to needing it for North Carolina.
And the IRP is pending in both North and South Carolina, and the company operates in both North and South Carolina, correct?
Yes, it does.
And the two proceedings are so interlinked that the parties have agreed to exchange information exchanged in one state to make it applicable to the other state's proceeding as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're aware of that?
I believe so. Like I said, I was not asked to participate in further review in North Carolina at this point.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right. South Carolina Coastal Conservation League.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Mixon, and I have some questions for Mr. Bach.
All right. How about we do this? Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 6:55.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Spearboat Solar, do you have an expectation on how the evening will proceed?
I would like to finish this witness if we can.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Let's do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in docket number 2019-224E and 2019-225E. Let's take roll. Present in the hearing room are Commissioners Thomas, Caston, Belzer, and Jay Williams. Present virtually are Commissioners Powers and Irvin. Attorney Mixon, you were ready for cross-examination.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. May I proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Mr. Bach, I first just have a couple of questions about your supplemental testimony on the synapse report. Mr. Bach, you may not be aware, but council did receive a written copy of your testimony. Could you please let us know when did you prepare this testimony?
I believe it was just within the last week. I don't recall the exact day.
Was that after or before you testified on Monday?
Oh, that was before Monday.
Okay, so you've had this testimony prepared prior to Monday. Are you aware the council just received that today?
I'd have to look back to see exactly what day it was, but yes, I mean, it was, we just did this. I don't recall the exact day. It's been a long, but yes, I had written, I would say I had written just kind of some bulleted notes on when I had done my read through previously of the report, and we basically just took that information and put it into this format. But it had been just bullet pointed notes prior to that.
Okay, and Mr. Bach, when you say we, who do you mean?
I'm sorry, myself, and I just gave those to my attorney to put into the format of the testimony or the rebuttal response.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bach. So your supplemental testimony, it addressed the 9.6% energy savings levels in Rachel Wilson's synapse report. And specifically, you discussed how that number compared with savings levels from a September 2020 ACEEE report, which is titled How Energy Efficiency Can Help Rebuild North Carolina's Economy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I circulated that report labeled CCL et al. Bach Rebuttal Cross Exhibit 1 to counsel for other parties and the commission and to witness. Mr. Bach, can you confirm that you have received that?
Yes, I have it up on my screen.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to also attempt to share my screen. Commissioners, I know I apologize for not being able to hand out written copies. It is quite a lengthy document. Just one moment. Hopefully this works. Mr. Bach, can you confirm that you are seeing a page from that document with about the authors at the start?
I do. It's a little bit small, but yes, I can see it.
I can zoom in a little bit more. And I am on page III of this report. Mr. Bach, do you see here where it says that Linda Schaefer with Duke Energy reviewed this report?
Yes.
And could you please confirm what Linda Schaefer's position is with Duke Energy?
I'm not familiar with her exact title, but I believe it's product and services manager or something like. Basically, she's responsible for the energy efficiency programs engagement in South Carolina. I don't know her exact job title.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Bach, based on your testimony today, I assume that you reviewed this report in developing your supplemental testimony that you gave today. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, I had read through the report, given that it was also the appendix at the end was what Mr. Gravatt had referred to in his direct testimony. So I had read it after the direct testimony was filed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gravatt. I'm going to switch to page 17 of that report now. Or I guess the bottom of page 16 to the top of page 17. You see here where it says summary of continued existing efforts case.
Yes.
And then table 1, that's a summary of electricity savings, the policy or program in the CEE continued existing average case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this 3.6% number, is that the savings level that you were referring to in your testimony earlier?
Yes, it is.
And so you agree that this 3.6% savings level that was modeled here, that is, that reflects savings under current efforts, and not, or I guess it would assume that there are continued efforts. It doesn't assume any kind of new additions. Is that correct?
Correct. It assumes that there's no specific, policy or legislative changes to drive higher levels. So basically, same kind of environment we have today, continuing the same types of programs and efforts and so forth. That the rules that we operate under today stay the same. And you can see, looking at the chart there, that between 2030, 2040, the investor-owned utility energy efficiency savings really doesn't grow by a whole lot and stays, like I said, hits that 3.6% by 2040. And realistically, like I said, the things that we as Duke can influence, that's what this case is more representative of.
Okay. But you do understand though that the higher level of savings in Rachel Wilson's analysis, that relies on Duke doing more than it's currently doing.
I understand that, but that also it would have to be driven. If we look at table 2 down below, that it shows kind of the list of policy prescriptions relied on in those higher assumptions in the higher case that was referred to by Synapse.
Yes, and so for teeing that up for me here, I've now scrolled down to page 19. So you see here, it says that, we estimate North Carolina could meet 18.5% of forecasted needs in 2040. Is that correct? Do you see that here?
I do see that, but if you scroll down further to show the remainder of the chart, that's not from utility energy efficiency savings. Again, if we look at line 1, even in this policy, this energy efficiency policy case, it still only is showing 7.6% for investor-owned utility energy efficiency savings, which is still well below the 9.6 that was used in the Synapse case. And if we look up at table 2, which lists out all the assumptions that were made for policy changes that drove these numbers in table 3, you're going to see it's a pretty aggressive list of changes to government rules, which many of them have great merit. However, we can't assume that those are just going to happen. And even if all of them do, it still leaves us 2% short of the assumption used in the Synapse report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bach. Mr. Chairman, I would move to have the report marked CCL et al. Bach rebuttal cross exhibit 1 entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
CCL et al. Bach cross exhibit 1 will be marked and entered into the record as hearing exhibit 36.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So moving on to your rebuttal testimony, it responds to several of Mr. Gravatt's criticisms of the market potential study. First, I'm going to start with product life cycle. So in the market potential study, Nexant assumed that the efficiency levels and the costs for the various models that it measured, or that it modeled, would remain static over the study period. Is that correct?
What I understand how they did their modeling is that they assumed when they would tie a savings measure to a given end use, they would assume over time that the percentage savings that those measures could gain on the remaining energy in that end use would stay the same. So in that sense, they're actually showing that there is an increasing, potentially, if codes and standards increase, they're actually showing an increasing capability of those measures, given that it's basically saying that that even if codes and standards increase, we can still get the same percentage savings above and beyond that. So in that sense, the market potential study actually does recognize increasing technology.
But Mr. Bach, it didn't consider that the costs of some measures may be likely to decline over time, did it?
Not specifically, but again, it's even in the Synapse report, it was assumed that costs stay level. So I mean that seems to be, and that is exactly what Nexent did, was hold costs level. So that seems to be a reasonable assumption that Synapse also agrees with.
It also did not measure, I guess, whether some measures might become more prevalent in the market versus other measures that it competes against. For instance, with air conditioners that have different SEER levels. Is that correct?
I mean, they do have if you look at the Nexent measure list, they do have the different currently existing SEER levels that exist today up through SEER 20 that are readily available in the market. And like I said, if you look out into the future, the way that they did their forecasting, if 10 years from now the standard is SEER 18, they are still assuming that you can get, if the standard today is SEER 14 and there's a SEER 20 available, because they're keeping the percentage savings based on end use consistent. If the new standard 10 years from now or 12 years from now is SEER 18, they're still assuming that there's that percentage higher from like 14 to 20 today. That same percentage increase is available in terms of like how much of that end use energy can be saved percentage wise. So they are recognizing increasing capabilities, basically staying ahead of codes and standards by that same percentage.
But there may be higher. So let's say, for instance, that there's an air conditioner with a higher SEER level that has currently a lower market penetration.
Correct.
In the model, the market potential study does not, potentially show that increasing increasing over time in terms of its penetration levels. Is that correct?
No, I believe I'd have to look back at the details of the exact forecast for each SEER level, but I do believe they have the penetration increasing for higher levels over time, given that, like I said, the cost of that higher efficiency relative to the baseline at that point is going to be a smaller delta. So like I said, they are capturing the changes over time.
Okay. Mr. Bach, so your testimony states that rising market acceptance can lower measure costs, but that may also lower effectiveness as a utility energy efficiency program, and you claim that's due to free ridership. Is that right?
That's correct.
And free ridership, just for you to confirm, that's when a customer receives an incentive from a utility for installing a measure, even though that customer would have installed the measure even without the incentive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you cited light bulbs or LED light bulbs as an example of a product that demonstrated this free ridership issue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Duke achieved significant savings from LED light bulb programs, didn't it?
Oh, we did.
Are you saying then that Duke provided incentives for light bulbs that customers would have purchased even without the incentives?
I mean, I think over time that was the analysis probably that was being done. Like I said, I was not part of the energy efficiency organization at the time some of these decisions were made, but we have phased out offering the incentives on the most common LEDs at this point, the A-line bulbs. We're no longer offering that because it was deemed that spending utility money, spending utility incentives was not driving incremental savings. Basically, that we would just be giving money away, which then gets passed on to all the cost of that gets passed on to all ratepayers. And if customers were going to buy it anyway, why would we spend that money when it's not generating additional savings? Because utility energy efficiency programs are not all of EE. It's the incremental EE above what would have happened anyway that we can take a credit for and account for. That's really what we're driving for. So if we think that it would have happened anyway, why would we put money into incentives?
Right, but Mr. Bach, isn't it true that Duke offered incentives for those light bulbs when they were in the middle of their product cycle, when free ridership was not a concern?
I would think that, I mean, it was probably determined at some point that free ridership was reaching a level. I don't know the specifics on how the EM&V went on that measurement verification and the calculations that Mr. Herndon talked about, how they do make estimates of gross versus net. Like I said, I'm not privy to the exact details on when they determined that the free ridership was reaching a point where it didn't make sense to continue offering incentives, but clearly at some point they realized that they had passed that point of market acceptance to where continuing to pay incentives really was spending ratepayer money for no incremental energy savings benefits.
Right. Wouldn't you agree though that there could there can be increasing savings from similar energy efficiency measures that are, I guess, in the middle of their product cycle. I believe Mr. Gravatt cites.
Well, certainly. I mean, any measure that's reaching, widespread market acceptance is going to drive a lot of energy efficiency savings, particularly if each unit installed provides savings. The question is not so much is energy efficiency writ large growing, but is it something that we can use an incentive to drive above and beyond what would have happened anyway? And that's really kind of, I think that point gets lost a lot in the energy efficiency discussions, is what portion is in the load forecast naturally occurring, what would have happened anyway, and what part did we cause to happen above and beyond that through our programs? That's what the utility energy efficiency forecast is. The UEE forecast is not all of the energy efficiency we expect to see happen. It's the amount above and beyond the natural EE that we cause due to the running the programs that we do.
Right, but Mr. Bach, again, your testimony says that rising market acceptance can lower measure costs, but also lower effectiveness due to free ridership. I guess my question is, isn't it true that free ridership that's mostly only a concern for products at the end of their life cycle? Is that correct?
I think once costs on a measure, reach a point where where a reasonable number of customers are willing to adopt that measure with or without the additional incentive that the utility offers, at that point, free ridership starts to become that big problem. And I would think, with that middle of the product cycle is probably about when the costs have reached that point where it starts to get widespread market adoption.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bach. So the market potential study, it also didn't take into account program design and optimization. Meaning ways that Duke can improve the design or delivery of its programs to increase savings. Isn't that correct?
The way Nexent did the analysis, they did not directly change program design, but they did go back and review the measurement verification, spoke with program managers, there was conversations with the collaborative, and through the in the base case, things were assumed that we would continue to do them the way that we are doing them today, same incentive levels, same delivery methods, but the enhanced case did then make those increased incentives, basically, which is a change to our program design marketing methods, increasing the incentive amounts and seeing what incremental effect that had on customer adoption. And that the reason Nexent likes to use the incentive change is that they have more data that can show that correlation between if we increase spending by this much, we increase the incentives this much, it will drive roughly this much additional adoption. So they have the data to back that up. And that with that increase in incentive, it can represent a variety of changes in how a program is administered.
Okay,
Money could be spent on marketing, it could be spent on incentives. It's an additional expenditure, but as far as how it's employed, whether it's a direct incentive or whether it's some additional incentive dollars, some additional marketing, it's basically they have that relationship on additional spending driving additional adoption. And that was shown in the enhanced case.
Mr. Rock, I understand the Duke commissioned its winter peak assessment after the market potential study, but that assessment did show that the companies could achieve higher levels of EE and DSM savings in the winter. Is that correct?
DSM, not EE in the winter peak analysis. It did show that there is potential incremental savings that can be achieved above and beyond what was shown in the market potential study. However, most of that additional savings came in the form of changes in rate design, and those changes are not reflected in our EEDSM forecast. If there's changes in consumption that are based on rate design changes, that would actually go into the load forecast. So the savings would occur, but it wouldn't be accounted for in our forecast. It would be in the load forecast.
Okay, but does that not also demonstrate that the market potential could be a conservative estimate of savings?
No, because again, like I said, that the incremental was coming from changes in rate design programs, which is not something that would be accounted for in the EEDSM forecast. It would be accounted for in changes in the load forecast.
Okay. Mr. Rock, is it your testimony that utilities can't achieve greater savings levels than identified in the potential study?
No, I would not say at all that we cannot achieve greater levels. It really what it comes down to, the company's been running, very effective and well-regarded programs for over 10 years, and they really go through a continuous cycle, which is really what part of the collaborative is about. I mean, they're continuously planning, implementing new programs, assessing the results with the measurement and verification, looking for improvement opportunities in collaboration with the collaborative. I mean, it's an ongoing process, and we want to run these programs as best we can, the best results that we can for customers, because if it's a cost-effective program and it executes well, it does save ratepayers money. So it is a positive thing, and we certainly want to achieve the best that we can. And as was mentioned previously in the current 5-year plan that was approved, I believe back in January, that we do have that aspirational 1% target for that 5-year period. It doesn't guarantee that we'll get there, but we will try. And I believe looking at our base case in the IRP actually does reach about 0.9, and in the Carolina in DEC, and I believe the high case does reach 1% in certain cases. So so our forecasts that we used in the IRP are on that level of what we are aspiring to. And in the past, sometimes we've achieved it, sometimes we've not, but we certainly will continue to try. And then, like I said, there's always ways that more can be done, but in general, rules that we operate under would have to be changed. There has to be policy changes that allow us to do things that are not cost effective, or allow us to recover, let's say, certain low income programs that are not cost effective, but they're deemed to do enough good for utility savings and for the customer base that if the legislature said we would like you to do more of that, certainly we could definitely do more savings. But like under the current construct, under the current rules, we're constrained by cost effectiveness, and also there's only so much that we can do to get customers to adopt. And even in the case of talking to the light bulb adoption, there were periods of time where the company was giving away free bulbs, and still, less than 3/4 of customers would take us up on that. Being given free light bulbs that would save them energy on their bill. So we don't control customer adoption. That's the trick. We can market, we can incentivize, we can do a lot of things, but we cannot make them adopt measures unless a government mandate forces them to.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bogdan. That went a little past my initial question. I'll go, I guess, to your rebuttal testimony now, and I'm looking specifically at page 2, line 22 through page 3, line 6. And in that, you provide that because the market potential study results are direct input to the company's system planning, that it's important for the MPS to reflect actual energy and demand potential. Is that an accurate description of your testimony there?
Sorry, we're on page 3. Is this?
Page 2, line 22. So the bottom of page 2.
Okay. Yep.
Line 6 on page 3.
Okay.
You see where it says the study must reflect actual energy and demand reduction potential.
Correct.
Okay. So I just have a couple of general questions about what you mean by actual potential. You would agree, wouldn't you, that a market potential study, by definition, is an estimate of the potential savings the company could achieve in the future?
Correct. It's like I said, Dexon, as Mr. Herndon went through the entire process they go through, it's a data-driven, they use actual verifiable measures that they have, energy saving impacts for. There's actual data out there, verified impacts, verified costs, and they build up to, here is what we think truly can be saved based on, anticipated customer adoption of cost-effective measures that exist. And when we refer to actual, we're saying that these are things that we know this is realistically achievable. It's not based upon something speculative. It's not based upon something that doesn't exist yet, or something that a government policy that hasn't happened yet. It's what, based on today's technologies, today's rules, what we know we can achieve.
Right, well, I'll get to that point of actual here in a second, but would you agree that because the market potential study is looking into the future, that it does not and cannot reflect verified savings, right?
Certainly. That would be verified after the fact and measurement verification.
Right. Well, you answered my question for there is a whole different process that the company goes through called EM&V, or evaluation, measurement, and verification, that would do that. Correct. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So now I guess on to actual. The potential identified by the market potential study, that depends on the screening test used, right?
It does.
And so if the market potential study had used UCT in addition to TRC, it would have identified a different value for what you describe as actual potential. Isn't that right?
Potentially, as Mr. Hernan talked about this morning in his testimony, we don't know how much would have converted over, but it would be different. Whether it would be more or less depends upon the mix of measures and the adoption assumptions that go from basically that. If there's additional measures that passed cost effectiveness screening due to UCT, there's still going to be an adoption assumption or adoption rate for those measures. And so, as Mr. Hernan said, it could be different, it could be higher, it could be lower. But we did not, when Nexent did the analysis, because UCT was not the approved cost effectiveness measure in South Carolina at that point, they did not carry the UCT sensitivity all the way through the adoption analysis.
Right, but again, so to be clear, you don't know what that different value would be because Duke did not conduct that analysis, right?
Correct. We did not carry through the UCT screen, economic screen, all the way through to adoption. However, because that was discussed in the collaborative, as it mentions in my direct testimony, we did, in recognition that there could be additional potential there could have been additional adoption due to using that screen. So we did make a 10% adjustment to the MPS in every scenario to reflect that there might be some additional adoption due to using a UCT screen versus TRC. And that was during the collaborative meetings and throughout the IRP stakeholder meetings, and that was how we were looking to address that.
Okay, so that's also a good segue, Mr. Bach. You stated in rebuttal that it's important to only use actual potential because it's used as a reduction to the load forecast in the IRP. But the company in its high case forecast used that 10% adder to simulate the savings from additional measures that pass the UCT screen. Is that correct?
We actually applied it in both in the base case and in the high case.
Okay, but again, since the market potential study didn't analyze achievable potential under UCT, that 10% adder was an estimate and not verified by the MPS, right?
Correct.
Okay, and Duke's IRPs did model portfolios under that base and high DSM and EE case, including that 10% adder.
We did.
And reduced their load forecast by that amount.
Yes, because they, as mentioned, there was, the UCT versus TRC was asked during the collaborative process, and that was kind of a, in recognition of concerns that collaborative members had, that the MPS could somewhat be understated. So we were willing to put in that adjustment to try to account for, the potential that there could be more there. And obviously we wouldn't want to put, a dramatically higher number because now you're, like you said, you're going into that speculative area where you're risking understating the load forecast. But 10% was viewed as a reasonable adjustment that shouldn't be outside the bounds of what we could potentially try to reach.
Okay, so you agree that had the company used UCT in the market potential study, that at least an additional 10%?
I wouldn't say that.
On top of the TRC would be achievable?
We're not necessarily assessing that there's a specific number that we could get to. Like Mr. Hernan said, it could be the same, could be more, could be less. That was viewed as a reasonable assumption given that there, like I said, there is additional economic potential when you use UCT versus TRC. And some customers, even if a measure that doesn't pass TRC because their initial costs are higher than they're going to save, and then it's going to save the system in energy, avoided energy costs. The customer, like we talked about earlier this week, some customers do have additional things, the non-energy benefits, that they other factors besides just dollars that might drive their decision. So that's what that 10% was in recognition of, that there might be some additional adoption by customers by those additional measures that screened in via UCT, whether or not they made necessarily financial economic sense, that some customers might still do it based on factors outside of a direct dollars and cents.
Okay. So you say that 10% was a reasonable estimate of the additional measures, but did I understand what you just said to mean that number might not actually be achievable?
Well, kind of like everything Mr. Hernan said this morning. We don't know exactly what will be achieved. It's based on, Nexent uses our historical achievement data, our historical customer, performance data based on measurement and verification. And then not just Duke's data, but what they've seen in other, utilities, service territories. And that is what guides their adoption curve, or basically their assumptions of how much of that economic potential becomes achievable.
Okay.
Don't know the exact amount, but like I said, that was the 10% was viewed as a reasonable assumption that we would that was hopefully to cover the concern about not carrying UCT all the way through.
Okay. Mr. Bach, you also state at the top of page 16 of your rebuttal testimony, and you state that overstating energy efficiency and demand side resource savings, particularly where there's no data supporting those savings, is likely to result in skewed assumptions and a compromised ability to meet load. Is that correct?
This is at the top of 16, or? Yes, okay.
Yes.
Line 1 through 3? Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let's assume for a moment that the market potential study is overly conservative, and the Duke could achieve higher levels of energy efficiency savings. If that was the case, that could perhaps result in Duke not having to build new generation transmission or distribution assets, right?
It would have to be a sizable higher achievement, I would think, to just appreciably change resource decisions. But yes, the more efficiency savings that can be accomplished can lead to changes in the resource portfolio. Small changes, but they can.
Okay. And the risk of the companies not pursuing those cost-effective savings, that would also fall on customers, would it not?
Well, I mean, as I stated, we do have, just like it says in the 5-year plan, we are maintaining that aspirational goal of 1%, and we will be working with the collaborative to continually try to refine, improve our programs, and go for that number, that 1% that was the agreed upon target between the environmental parties and Duke when that filing was accepted back in January. We will continue to try to achieve that and work with the collaborative on new program delivery ideas, new measure ideas, anything that we can do to hit that target.
Okay. So I may skip these next couple of questions. It's getting late, and I'm sure we're both getting very, very tired, Mr. Bach. I think I may pose the same hypothetical to you that I did to Mr. Herndon earlier. Again, let's say that the companies did calculate their achievable potential using UCT in the market potential study, and that resulted in a higher potential identified, which, as you admitted, was possible. Again, by definition, whatever savings that analysis showed, you would agree that the companies would be able to achieve those savings levels by kind of definition of how the analysis is completed, right?
It's based on how Nexen does their analysis. Their assumption would be, yes, that if they come up with it in the achievable potential based on adoption assumptions, that yes, that would be an achievable level of EE.
Okay. And again, would you refer to that savings level as inflated or speculative?
No, because they would use the adoption rate that they would assume going from economic to achievable is different if you screen economic using UCT versus TRC. So the adoption rate or that conversion rate from economic to achievable would be lower for certain measures for the ones that did not screen under TRC but did under UCT.
Correct, but again, that would require the company to evaluate what the achievable savings are, and that achievable savings analysis that would account for that.
Correct, and I think I believe that filing was shown. I don't recall if it was Mr. Welburn showed it to you when you were talking with Mr. Gravatt, but they showed the discussion about the change from TRC to UCT. And part of what drove that was there are measures like some of the air conditioner type measures, things that have a very high capital cost to put in place for a customer. If the utility offers a few $100s as an incentive or a rebate, that will pass UCT because if the benefits to our system exceed the cost of that incentive, that measure will now screen in. Whereas if you look at it on a TRC basis, many of those high dollar upfront costs, things like heating and air, a lot of those won't pass TRC. So, and will some customers make use of that program? Yes, they probably would. And like I said, that was where we were comfortable with that. Putting in that 10% adder is that the UCT screen allowed us to assume that certain measures that would not have passed TRC would be capable of being adopted.
Okay. Mr. Bach, just another couple of questions. So your rebuttal testimony notes that Duke has achieved higher levels of EE savings compared with other utilities in the region. Did you hear Commissioner Urban's questions yesterday about the importance of energy efficiency?
Absolutely.
So if there are additional cost-effective energy efficiency savings that Duke could pursue, those would save the companies and their customers money. Isn't that right?
Correct. And we do seek to, through the collaborative in particular, we do seek to identify and market all cost-effective measures.
Okay, and is it your testimony that this commission should not require Duke to pursue those additional cost-effective or cost-saving energy efficiency opportunities just because Duke is currently achieving higher savings levels than other utilities in the region?
No, it's not what I'm saying at all. I think that, like I said, that we do currently and will continue to evaluate and offer every cost-effective measure that we can.
Okay. But the companies don't know what the cost-effective potential under UCT is, and that's because they didn't evaluate that. Is that correct?
If you're looking at the full duration of the market potential study, but again, the first 5 years of our EE forecast is driven by the company's internal plan, not the market potential study. So, in the near term, it's all driven by the collaborative process, our 5-year EE DSM filing, and UCT absolutely is being used in our evaluations as a company. We look at all the cost effectiveness tests. Actually, as does Nexen, they develop all 4 of the standard cost effectiveness tests for each measure as they do their analysis.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bach. No further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All righty. Next, we have Johnson Development Associates.
Mr. Chairman, Corp Walsh, no questions.
Vote Solar.
Taylor Spear, Vote Solar, no questions.
Office of Regulatory Staff.
Jeff Nelson for ORS, Mr. Chairman, no questions.
All right. Did I leave anybody out? Don't think so. Commissioners, questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bach, I appreciate your continued commitment to energy efficiency, and particularly want to thank Duke for the stakeholder process. It's so important, and I think it actually helps the commission before the case gets to us. You've had a chance to hear differing views and suggestions and comments, so we really do appreciate that. And, not all utilities do it, so we especially want to thank you for that.
Absolutely, sir. I think it's definitely become a focus of Duke across, not just EE, but, IRPs and other forums as well. And, I think it does, like you said, serve the public interest. Absolutely, that we have that transparency and communication.
It does. One thing that I'm going to advocate for, and I'm sure you've already picked up on it, but during this time, I think that we have to really stretch energy efficiency programs perhaps more than we have in the past. And again, my concern is primarily for those low-income ratepayers that are struggling to pay their bills, put groceries on the table, buy gas, and take care of child care and school needs. And, the economy is seeing inflationary pressure already. The cost of groceries are going up. The cost of everything is going up. And so that puts even more pressure on the ratepayers. So my thought is, if we can enhance energy efficiency, it's kind of a way of helping out not only the ratepayers, but the entire process, because it's a win-win when those ratepayers don't have to pay for several new natural gas-fired facilities. if we can level out that demand. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And like I said, we do have active low-income programs in all of our jurisdictions, and we do, certainly market those, to the customers that are eligible. As like I said, it can be a win-win proposal if we're able to make those programs work.
And I commend you for that. Duke has been a leader in that area, and I want to challenge you to step up the game and here's why. I think we're still not yet out of the woods on the pandemic impact on our economy. I was reading today that women in particular lost many more jobs during the pandemic than men because they couldn't provide for childcare. And other statistics show that there's still a gender gap between the pay between men and women. So they're struggling. And we have a lot of single family homes where, head of the household is a woman trying to raise several children. So my point being, we need to lift those people up and give them hope that they can continue to pay bills that are reasonable during an inflationary environment where they're under all kind of pressure. Does that make any sense to you?
No, yes, sir. And like I said, I don't know the exact details of the authorities that we work under for the low income programs. Like I said, I'm more on the forward-looking analytical versus the program execution side, but certainly I know that it is a priority for the company to maximize what we can do in those areas. And if there's ways that if there's policy changes that would enable the company to do more, like I said, we don't directly control that, but certainly I think the company is amenable to executing whatever we're allowed to do in that area.
Well, I appreciate that too, and I have to go back to those stranded costs. We obviously want resiliency and we want reliability, but we also don't want to get in a situation where we build more plant capacity than is needed. Demand has been relatively level or constant in the last several years, correct?
I believe there is still growth, but it's less than what you might have seen decades ago for sure.
Right. What do you see in demand growth rate in the foreseeable future?
I haven't looked closely at the current forecast, but I know that it's generally been in the between 0.5% and 1%, and primarily driven by customer growth, not increasing usage per customer.
That's right, and that trend may continue for a while, but hopefully, I see hope that people will take advantage of electric vehicles, and that seems to me to be a real business opportunity for investor-owned utilities to find a whole new revenue stream. Would you agree?
I do, and Duke does have an organization that is certainly working on electric vehicle policy, charging infrastructure, basically working on trying to do pilot programs in different jurisdictions. So definitely something that Duke is working on actively.
Right, and to the extent that we can, I'd like to see our commission in South Carolina promote pilots for fast charging stations. There are a number of ways to do it, and some say we should use third-party private industry. Others say go with utilities, but either way, we need to develop that infrastructure sooner than later. Would you agree with that?
No, definitely. I think it's that's the it's kind of the chicken and egg thing with the electric vehicles. If you don't have the charging infrastructure, less customers will be comfortable, buying an EV. So that it's definitely a problem we need to resolve.
And the auto industry obviously is confident that it's going to come because they've made substantial commitments to move toward EVs. And so I'm excited that, it's a win-win situation for the environment, for the investor-owned utilities. And so hopefully that'll be a path forward that will benefit everyone. Thank you so much for your testimony, Lisa.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner questions? All right. Any redirect?
Mr. Chairman, I have very, very limited redirect if it's all right with you.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine with me. Go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bach, one thing that came up in Ms. Mixon's cross-examination of you was EM&V, and would you mind just really briefly explaining to the commission what EM&V is and how that's conducted?
I definitely would not hold myself out as an expert on EM&V, but effectively it's for any programs that we run as a utility, we have to, particularly since we're trying to recover costs that we've spent, we need to prove basically how did our programs perform? Did we get the energy savings we expected to? Did we achieve the adoption that we anticipated? Based on our marketing efforts and delivery channels. So the EM&V, basically, from my understanding, is that they're going through, they're trying to, through data collection, through statistical analysis and sampling, they'll actually, install data loggers in a certain number of residences to kind of capture and measure the exact energy savings achieved by different EE measures that we install, and then they can use statistical analysis to estimate overall program impacts and really kind of show how effective a program was. And over time, as EM&V is performed, if you make a change to a program, you can see, did it improve things? How did it impact the program? So it's part of that, kind of like what I mentioned before, that the company goes through that, planning, implementation, assess, and then improve. And EM&V is the key to that assessment step, where it's how did we do? And then that gives us the input that we need to try to work with the collaborative and with our program teams and try to do better in the future with our programs.
Thank you. Thank you. I just thought, that explanation would be helpful for some context. One other quick question. Ms. Mixon had also pointed to the ACEEE report, and
yes.
She mentioned the energy efficiency policy case. Do you know or not know what measures were included in that energy efficiency policy case?
There's not specific measures laid out per se. It's really more, they have between the two tables that we looked at, kind of showing the expected savings percentages in both their continuing existing efforts case and an energy efficiency policy case. Table 2 within that exhibit, it lists out kind of the assumptions that they made. Basically, it's like if these legislative and policy changes are made, that would enable reaching those savings percentage levels that are in the lower table, that are in table 3, which is that energy policy case. And it breaks it out between, savings to residential and commercial building codes, clean energy fund, different financing methods for, potentially increasing weatherization and low income programs. Basically, there's a litany of programs that they listed out that would be driven on the legislative side, not by Duke directly. And that was how they were achieving that high level of savings.
Good. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
All right, so we are finished for the evening. Let's go over. Yes, who's speaking?
This is John Burns from CC, but I hate to interrupt you, but I wanted to, before we moved on to any other matter or any other scheduling of witnesses, I just wanted to, in light of what we heard from Mr. Bach about when he prepared his supplemental rebuttal testimony, I'd like the chance to talk to my colleagues and perhaps address the commission with a motion, but I don't know that we're there yet and may be able to do it in the morning. So I just wanted to at least build that into your schedule if that was agreeable to the commission.
I mean, you don't plan to file a written motion, do you?
I think we could probably bring it up in I want to say open court, but before you in the morning. Again, I don't know that will be a motion. I need to talk to the other attorneys and who all would like to have something to eat, I'm sure. But I just feel like there's at least something there that we need to talk about, and we may be able to present the motion orally tomorrow morning if we file one, if we submit one.
All right. Yeah, I'm not against that. You're a trial lawyer. I would hope you go ahead and just make it right now, so I can think.
Well,
think about it.
I only represent one client here, and there's other folks involved, and I just want to make sure that I have a chance to talk to them about it.
Understood. All right.
Thank you.
How much time do you think you need? If you make the motion, you think we can handle it in an hour?
Oh, easily.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. All right, sir. So we have
I
Mark.
would be upset if it went that long.
Yeah,
So-
you won't be the. I understand. Thank you, sir. Just want to go through the remaining witnesses for the Duke companies. I see we have Oliver, Kalimba, Santiani, and Snyder. Is that correct?
That's, Chairman, I have Oliver, Kalimba, Santoriani, Snyder. Yes, sir.
All right. Do we need to do anything about the order tomorrow, or they're all available starting at 9?
Mr. Chairman, they're available starting at 9.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's possible for me to add one piece of information.
About what?
Timing on when I put that document together. It looks like it was in the evening.
Whoa. You are off the stand.
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right.
We can communicate that through council, Mr. Bach, at a later time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Sace et al., the Wilsons tomorrow, John D. Wilson, Rachel Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, Goodwin Thompson here for those parties. Unfortunately, Mr. John Wilson has a commission mandated settlement conference tomorrow, and we had actually previously apprised the parties of that conflict, or not the nature of it, but the fact that we had a conflict. It's not going to be available tomorrow. He is available on Saturday, I'm sorry to say. I am in the process of trying to check with, or in the process of checking with Ms. Rachel Wilson whether she is available tomorrow. I am checking on her availability on Saturday.
Okay. Office of Regulatory Staff.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Who do you
I'm not
have
sure
left?
what you need. Well, we still have 3 witnesses left. We have Mr. Barron, Mr. Hayek, and Mr. Collins still on sewer rebuttal.
Okay, and they are available tomorrow?
They will be available whenever.
All right. That's a great answer. Okay, folks.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. One more question. Ben Snowden, CCBA. Just wondering about expectations for tomorrow evening, whether we will be going late tomorrow or what time you anticipate us knocking off tomorrow.
We will not go longer than 4 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Spear votes solar. Did we get a start time for tomorrow morning?
09.
Thank you.
Mr. Spear, did we?
Yes, sir.
Your witness presented direct answer rebuttal at the same time. We're doing the same presentation, correct?
Correct. Mr. Fitch will not be appearing unless you instruct him otherwise.
All right. See you all in the morning at 9 o'clock. We're adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. We're in recess.